Today is Tuesday, November 5th. I'm Annie Yu with a look at what's happening in the news. Today is Election Day, and after months of campaigning, both presidential candidates have wrapped up their campaigns in battleground states. The choice is now in the hands of voters. Former President Donald Trump made his final pitch to voters on Monday in the same parts of Pennsylvania as his opponent, focusing on the state that could make or break their chances during the last full day of the presidential campaign.
My message to Americans tonight is simple. We do not have to live this way. We don't. We don't, and we won't. We won't. We do not have to settle for weakness, incompetence, decline, and decay.
Trump ended his final day of campaigning in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where he concluded his 2016 and 2020 campaigns. He'll watch results from his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida. Harris also spent time in the Keystone State, making multiple stops and closing things out with a star-studded event with Katy Perry and Oprah. Harris also reached out to Allentown, a major minority community with more than half of the city identifying as Hispanic.
I stand here proud of my long-standing commitment to Puerto Rico and her people, and I will be a president for all Americans.
Vice President Kamala Harris also spent time canvassing in Pennsylvania on the eve of Election Day, visiting 2 homes in Reading. Harris will watch the results from Howard University in D.C., her alma mater. 82 million Americans voted during early voting, according to the Associated Press, and that number breaking records. But we know that this election will come down to electoral votes in key swing states, and that is why both candidates have spent so much time in these 7 states. The key, which candidate can get to this critical 270 vote count to win the presidency. Lorenzo Hall explains what to look out for tonight as you're watching the results.
Why does the United States use the Electoral College to pick the president? The founding fathers were split. Should Congress choose the president, or should it be left to the people? The use of electors was the solution. When you cast your vote for president, you're deciding which electors will represent your state. The number of electors in each state is determined by how many seats in Congress that state has, and that number is based on the state's population. So, for example, let's look at California. Every state has 2 senators, so right off the bat, that's 2 electors. California, the most populous state, has 52 representatives in the House, so the Golden State gets 54 total electors. Whichever candidate wins California will get all 54 electoral votes. There are 538 total electoral votes, 535 for the states and 3 for the District of Columbia. 48 states are winner-take-all. Maine and Nebraska give 2 electoral votes to the statewide winner and 1 for the winner of each congressional district. A simple majority of 270 electoral votes is needed to win. If neither candidate gets to 270, the House of Representatives will determine the president, but each state delegation, regardless of the number of electors, must vote as one. So there are only 50 votes up for grabs. The Senate will determine the vice president with a simple majority vote of all 100 senators. The popular vote winner has lost the Electoral College in 2 of the last 6 elections, and that has prompted calls to switch the popular vote system, but that requires a constitutional amendment.
Well, as you heard, it takes 270 electoral votes to win the presidency, but what if there's a tie? Brandon Lewis from our Verify team explains.
Verify here with your election fast fact. To win the presidency, a candidate must win the majority of Electoral College votes. There are 538 electoral votes, so 270 is the magic number. But it's mathematically possible for both candidates to end up in a 269-269 tie. So what happens then? We checked with these sources that explain it's up to the newly elected members of the House to decide the winner once they take office in January. Each state delegation gets a single vote, and it takes 26 votes to win. This has happened twice before. The last time was in 1825, when the House named John Quincy Adams as president. With your Fast Fact, I'm Brandon Lewis.
It was a tie in the small New Hampshire town of Dixville Notch. They've already voted, closed its polls, and counted its results. Former President Trump and Vice President Harris got 3 votes each out of the 6 registered voters living there. The town has a tradition of being one of the first in the country to report presidential election results by voting at midnight. More than the presidency is up for grabs on Election Day, control of Congress is at stake. 34 U.S. Senate seats and all 435 U.S. House seats are on the ballot this year, and this will determine which party holds the majority and the power to boost or block a president's agenda, or if the White House confronts a divided Capitol Hill. More than 24 states say they would be willing to send National Guard troops to D.C. if requested in the weeks following the presidential election and in the run-up to the inauguration, Guard officials said Monday. In D.C., fencing was installed right outside of the White House, and some downtown businesses have boarded up windows. Police say the security enhancements are not in response to any specific threat, but that they're just preparing for any challenges that may arise.
And let me be clear, there will be no tolerance for violence in our city. No destruction or any unlawful behavior. As I've said before, we will hold all offenders accountable. We will not tolerate the destruction of property, and we will not tolerate threats to public safety as well as this election process. Should it require additional time to know the results of this election, we want everyone to know that we are ready to handle many different scenarios, and we have the right people in place to keep our city safe.
D.C.'s new Emergency Operations Center will be activated to streamline communication. A text thread causing quite a scare in Gwinnett County in Georgia. The message warns voters to be on high alert as the KKK is allegedly planning to attack black women, especially from Election Day until the inauguration. It cautions voters to not do anything alone after dark. Election officials say they have things in place to make this election a safe one.
A pretty robust plan with local law enforcement already for Election Day, so we're feeling pretty good about the plan with both Gwinnett PD, the Sheriff's Office.
When we asked the Sheriff's Office about this threat, they said that while this threat is not credible, the office, quote, remains dedicated to protecting all citizens and will monitor and respond accordingly to all suspicious and threatening behavior. In other news, Boeing workers have now ended their strike after 7 weeks. Members of the Machinists Union voted Monday night to accept Boeing's latest offer. The deal increases worker pay by 38% over 4 years and expands 401k contributions. It does not include Boeing's old pension plan coming back, a major sticking point for some members. 59% of voters approve the proposed contract. Still ahead, weather and more news right after the break.
I'm meteorologist Caitlin McGrath, and it is Election Day, and thankfully for most of the country, it's going to be a pretty nice day. However, I'm tracking a storm system that's going to fly south of the Great Lakes and a cold front associated with it that will bring in some rain for parts of the country. Thankfully, no severe weather like we saw on Monday, but a few areas will be dodging raindrops at the poles. So you can see that storm system impacting parts of Chicago down into St. Louis. That's where we could see some heavier, steadier rain throughout the day, but farther off to the east from the mid-Atlantic back into New England, a pretty beautiful day, up to 82 degrees in Pittsburgh with mostly sunny skies. Temperatures a few degrees cooler than that in D.C. Really nice back into Boston. Parts of upstate New York and northern New England could see a few spotty showers. We have some showers in the forecast as well for the Carolinas, down into parts of South Florida, but Atlanta looking mostly dry. Similar story back into Nashville. You can see the bottom end of that cold front bringing some heavier, steadier showers down into parts of Little Rock, but Texas in pretty good shape for today, both Dallas and Austin, with partly cloudy skies and temperatures in the upper 60s and low 70s. A beautiful day in the southwestern United States, and temperatures nice and a little bit cooler. We're sitting pretty at 74 degrees in Phoenix, low 50s there in Albuquerque, 70 degrees with partly cloudy skies in Los Angeles. Just off to the north in the Rockies, we do have some snow showers, mostly just up in the higher elevation, but Great Falls down into Casper, you've got a little bit of snow in the forecast for today with temperatures in the upper 30s. A few snow showers possible into parts of Utah and Colorado, but looking mostly dry. So regardless of what the weather is where you live, of course, we do hope you get out and vote, but we're also keeping a close eye on the tropics. It is the final month of the Atlantic hurricane season, and the tropics aren't done quite yet. We have Tropical Storm Rafael, which will become a hurricane likely later today as it passes just to the west of Kingston, Jamaica, as a Category 1 hurricane, eventually making landfall in western Cuba, likely as a Category 2 by the middle part of the week. That's Wednesday, 1 o'clock, and then the storm moves back into the Gulf. It does look to weaken into a tropical storm prior to a second landfall somewhere in the southeastern United States. But I will say there's a lot of uncertainty in the long-range forecast, so everyone along the Gulf Coast from Florida all the way into Texas, even parts of Mexico, should prepare for potential impact from Rafael. Thankfully, it will weaken into a tropical storm, but still bringing tropical storm force winds and really significant rain. Our spaghetti plots in solid agreement as that storm passes over western Cuba. But then again, it takes the center of the storm anywhere from Mexico into New Orleans, even into Alabama and the panhandle of Florida have a potential landfall from what is Rafael. So be sure to keep an eye on this storm, and we'll keep you posted on the very latest of its track and path.
Many people know the names of the 46 men who served as presidents of the United States. But what about the candidates who were almost elected to the Oval Office? Gabriela Bacara takes us to a Phoenix neighborhood where a reminder of our country's unelected past is on display.
It's that time of year where election signs line the streets. This yard in Phoenix's Coronado neighborhood is loaded with them, yet all candidates except one aren't running for office in 2024.
All of these people existed, all of these people lost.
This is the Monument to the Unelected, an art installation by Nina Ketchadorian for the Scottsdale Museum of Contemporary Art. All 58 signs are currently on display in Carrie Tovar's front yard.
I love it because the artist has drawn what the United States looks like today, but this is not at all what the United States looked like during the time of Aaron Burr. It would have been just about right here.
Each contemporary sign features the losing presidential candidate from elections past, dating back to the beginning of our country's history.
Looking at, people like John Adams, is this a true representation of what his sign looked like?
Not at all. These are completely fabricated. All the slogans are made up by her. All the designs are made up by her.
Unlike typical election signs,
it's not meant to be political. It's very apolitical.
Tovar says this installation puts a whimsical spin on what could have been the American presidential lineage.
It's really a part of our American history, and it's something to be, I think it's something to be proud of. Like, these are all times that could have been tough or filled with turmoil, and yet it just shows that as a democracy, we just keep moving forward in a really wonderful way.
The installation pops up every election cycle, and thousands of people have visited since it started on a Valley Street corner in 2008.
I think it will keep growing every election cycle, hopefully.
In Phoenix, Gabriela Bacara, 12 News.
The closing times for polling locations vary across the country, and the first polls are scheduled to close at 6 o'clock Eastern Time in Indiana and Kentucky. Then closings come in waves on the East Coast depending on the state. The last state to close polls will be Alaska, so check your state's website for your local times. And here are some things that you need to know before you head out to the polls and what you need to know as you watch the results roll in. Here's our Verify team.
The I voted sticker is a quintessential part of the voting process in many places. It can also be your ticket to some great discounts and freebies at local businesses. But a Verify viewer sent us an example of one deal posted on Facebook and wants to know if they're actually legal. So let's verify. Our sources are the Federal Elections Commission, the California Secretary of State, the U.S. Code of Laws, and Richard Hassan with UCLA School of Law. A lot of these incentives seem innocent enough, like free donuts, pizza, or coffee to people with the sticker. But the Federal Elections Commission says it is a violation under the U.S. Code of Laws if a federal candidate is on the ballot. This is because federal law prohibits knowingly and willfully paying or offering to pay or accepting payment for voting. Violators can face a fine of up to $10,000 or 5 years in prison. So, no, it is not legal to offer discounts or freebies to voters in federal elections. But your favorite donut shop is probably not breaking the law. That's because as long as they offer the freebie to everyone, not just voters, they're in the clear. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Election Day is November 5th, but we might not know the final results until days later. That doesn't mean something went wrong. It's part of the normal election calendar. Some states take longer than others to process ballots, whether because of low staffing, rules on when they can start counting, or waiting for mailed ballots to arrive. We don't know for sure when each state will be done counting, but they do all have deadlines by which the results need to be finalized and certified. Some states require local elections offices to certify their results the day after the election. Others give them a month. Then the states usually have a few extra days to tally and certify the statewide vote. For presidential elections, federal law requires all states to certify their results by December 11th.
Several viral posts on social media warn voters that their ballot could be disqualified if a poll worker writes on it. The posts urge people to request a new ballot if that happens. We have received several messages asking if this is true. So let's verify. Can poll workers write on your ballot without disqualifying it? These are our sources. There are several reasons a poll worker may write on your ballot. Many are required by law, according to North Carolina's State Board of Elections. In some states, like Montana and South Dakota, ballots receive an official stamp. In others, like Arkansas, Minnesota, and Texas, election judges or election workers are required to initial or sign voters' ballots. Verify contacted elections officials in all 50 states and found that in at least a dozen, election workers write on or stamp some or all of their voters' ballots. None of the states that responded to us said a ballot would be disqualified if a poll worker writes on it. So we can verify, yes, poll workers in some states can write on your ballot without disqualifying it. But let's say there's some other stray mark on your ballot that stops the machines from tallying your vote. Rachel Ori, director of the Bipartisan Policy Center's Elections Project, says polling centers will have someone review your ballot by hand. If you're ever concerned about any writing or markings on your ballot, don't be afraid to speak up. Ask a poll worker for additional information. With your Verify, I'm Ariande Till.
Verify here with your election fast fact. Did you know that voter intimidation is illegal? It's true, according to these sources. Federal and state laws say it's a crime to intimidate or interfere with a person trying to vote. The ACLU explains this could be in the form of aggressively questioning a person's qualifications to vote, including citizenship status, spreading false information about voting requirements, or other forms of harassment, particularly towards non-English speakers or voters of color. Many states also ban items with a candidate's name because it could influence a person's vote at the ballot box. The ACLU says voter intimidation is rare, but if someone does try to interfere with your right to vote, you should report it to poll workers, local or state election officials, or the U.S. Department of Justice's Voting Rights Hotline. With your Fast Fact, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Conspiracy theories about Dominion voting are back. Following the 2020 election, some people claimed the voting machine company rigged the election against Donald Trump. Those claims were debunked in court during a defamation suit that resulted in Fox News paying out a nearly $800 million settlement. But that hasn't stopped the spread of posts like this one, which claims to show evidence of Dominion's sinister intent is found in the company's logo. The actual logo is a red vote going in and coming out a blue vote, the post claims. So is that true? Let's verify. Our sources: AP photos of Dominion voting machines, Dominion voting, and the Internet Archive. The answer is no, this is not Dominion Voting's logo. You can look on their website right now and see it's simply a red ballot going into a red box. There's no blue ballot coming out the other side. We checked historical records of the website to confirm this has been the company's logo for years. And photos of Dominion voting machines dating back to 2019 show the same logo. The logo you see in this post is fake. It first spread back in 2020, and at the time, a Dominion executive told the website Check Your Fact, quote, "This is a doctored image." And a spokesperson for Dominion told Verify the claims are false, pointing out they had been debunked years ago. Disinformation about voting systems has become increasingly common, so when you see claims like this, be sure to double check the source before sharing. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
President Trump's 2017 tax cuts are expiring next year, and this election will steer what happens next with your taxes. The University of Pennsylvania has a budget model that calculates how both campaigns' tax and spending proposals would affect you. This incorporates child tax credits, income, corporate tax rates, all that. Here's what it says. Under Harris's plan, a household with $80,000 in income would gain $2,200 after taxes. Under Trump's plan, the same family would gain about $1,700 after taxes. Now, for top top earners with $14 million in income, they would lose about $167,000 after taxes under Harris's plan and gain about $377,000 under Trump. Remember, taxation is controlled by Congress, not the president, so these plans, depending on how the election goes, are just that, plans.
You are never too old to fall in love. An Austin couple in their 90s proved just that today as they got married in the retirement community where they met. KVU's Daniel Perot was there as they tied the knot.
At 98 and 96, Bernard Snyder and Josephine Cartwright Snyder aren't spring chickens, but their love is in full bloom.
She's the most wonderful person I've met, and she's made my life beautiful.
Both were married and are widowed. Bernard, a World War II veteran, lost his wife of 73 years 2 years ago. But then came Josephine. She lost her husband of 67 years.
We've said to each other, how could it be we can still have love together at our ages?
He pursued me and I caught him.
Back in March, Bernard invited her to his birthday. Days later, they had dinner.
I kissed her. She didn't expect it. Of course, she looked at me like I was crazy.
I had interest in you, but I didn't know what that crazy man kept kissing me for.
Wherever I went, I wanted to take her with me. So it got more serious.
She fell for him and all his flattery and the sweet things he said to her and how he treated her. It was amazing to watch it happen.
So began a whirlwind courtship. And on Friday, in front of family and friends, they didn't just say, I do.
Absolutely.
Bernard calls Josephine his butterfly.
I wanted her for myself, but she was free to go and do whatever she wanted to, and I would be there when she got back.
And I do kind of fly here and yon now.
So naturally, their wedding day came with a special display.
I got a butterfly.
Special butterflies neither expected to feel again.
He's the consummate gentleman and so polite, and we just love seeing the smiles on their faces, and you can just see the happiness in their eyes.
Showing no matter your age, love has no boundaries.
We decided whatever time the Lord gives us, we'll be together and we won't have to be alone again. There's a lot to say about companionship when you're this age.
Bernard says that he is looking forward to having someone to eat dinner with each night. You're all caught up. Thanks so much for watching. Now enjoy the lasting images of the presidential campaign of 2024. I'm Annie Yu. Have a great day.
This election season, WCNC Charlotte is your trusted source. We're verifying the political ads from the presidential to the governor's race, cutting through the noise to separate fact from fiction. Scan the QR code to see what's been verified.
Thanks for downloading the WCNC Plus app. We've got more local news coming up, so keep it right here for the most accurate forecast and exclusive content, all available on your time. WCNC Plus, live, local, and always on.
Weather, impacts everything. Stay prepared with WCNC Charlotte's Weather Impact Team.
It's a raging torrent coming down King Street right now.
Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich and the entire Weather Impact Team delivers the wind.
Brief showers overnight.
The impact.
Winds 60 miles an hour.
And what you need to stay safe and weather aware.
The water will continue to rise. There's nowhere for this water to go.
Stay aware of weather that impacts you by downloading the WCNC News app now. WCNC Plus delivers stories that impact you, plus breaking and developing news as it happens, streaming live on your time, plus weather coverage that impacts you 24/7. Stream WCNC Plus now.
Turn on the news that impacts you every evening at 6 on WCNC Charlotte.
Get breaking news and continuing coverage.
Stay weather aware with the Weather Impact Team.
We're your trusted source for verified news and content.
Want it now? Stream now. WCNC Plus gives you breaking and developing news along with weather coverage that impacts you. It's streaming 24/7 on WCNC Plus.
Get more of the news that impacts you on WCNC Charlotte weeknights at 6.
WCNC Weather Impact.
Weather Aware Days. They show you what to expect when the weather changes. We're going to show you the timing, the impacts, and how to stay safe.
Stay weather aware with the WCNC Weather Impact Team and download the WCNC News app.
Welcome, everyone, to special coverage of Decision 2024 right here on WCNC Plus. I'm Vanessa Rufus alongside Colin Mayfield and Ben Thompson this evening. Tonight, an historic moment for the Carolinas and the country.
Yeah, it's going to be a busy night, and it's going to be a fun one. That is for sure. All day today, we've seen voters turning out in droves. For some, the economy takes center stage. For others, it's social issues, including abortion, as this is the first presidential election since the overturning of Roe versus Wade.
In North Carolina, voters casting their support for who they want to lead the state next as our governor. But there are vital races across the ballot, with every U.S. House seat up for grabs and the supermajority in the North Carolina General Assembly at stake.
So, of course, everyone strap in. We know that the ads and the polls are going away. In fact, I've already heard from home that ads went away maybe a couple hours ago on TV. And of course, we're waiting to hear your voices being heard throughout tonight and into tomorrow and the days beyond. We will be tracking all of these results as they come in.
An hour after 7 o'clock, South Carolina polls are closing. Georgia polls are closing. We'll head out to the parties, the election headquarters, get you more on the results as they start to trickle in. Tonight, though, we start with the race the world is really talking about.
The whole world. Former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris in a showdown for the White House. WCNC Charlotte's Nick Sturtevant tracking the latest from both camps. Nick, it's still early, but what can we learn so far?
Yeah, well, no doubt. It's been a busy day for both candidates as they gear up for tonight. Let's start with the Harris campaign. She will head to her alma mater in D.C., Howard University, for her watch party there. Setup has been going on since yesterday. Now, this is the first time a presidential election watch party will be held on a college campus. Earlier today, Harris calling into radio shows from each of the 7 battleground states, including Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Georgia, Michigan, Arizona, and lastly, here in North Carolina. She also spent some time directly speaking to voters at the DNC headquarters call center. Listen in.
Votes out here. Gotta talk to voters.
All right, everybody, come.
Caroline? Carolyn? Awesome. Hi, Carolyn. It's Kamala. Hi, how are you?
Well, as for Trump's team, they're setting up for a watch party at Palm Beach County Convention Center in Florida, which is expected to host top Republican supporters, including Elon Musk. Now, Musk has been a controversial addition. This week, a Pennsylvania judge ruling that Elon Musk PAC can continue its $1 million voter sweepstakes. Earlier today, Trump spoke to reporters at a polling site in Palm Beach, Florida, as he cast his ballot, his wife Melania joining him there. As Trump says he feels, quote, very confident about the election and is ready for any outcome as long as it's fair.
If I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it. And I think well, so far, I think it's been fair. I think there's been a lot of court cases. Both sides are lawyered up.
And we will continue to track both campaigns as the night progresses. But as you guys mentioned, it is still early in the night, and both candidates are active on social media.
Active, to say the least. All right. Nick, thank you for that. Well, major issues at the polls in 3 key swing states have all eyes on Pennsylvania and Georgia as well.
That's right. Georgia obviously just closing their polls at 7 o'clock. We bring in WCNC Charlotte's Michelle Bowden, who's keeping an eye on things right now for us.
Yeah, Michelle, what are you hearing?
There's actually a lot going on, especially in Georgia. We want to start there in Georgia, where the state has seen multiple bomb threats throughout the day. In Georgia, there were non-credible bomb threats at 5 polling places. That was in Fulton County. Now, Georgia's Secretary of State says the threats were, quote, of Russian origin, but 2 polling places actually had to be evacuated for 30 minutes each, and about an hour before polls were to close, officials in DeKalb County there said they received bomb threats as well against 5 polling places there. So voting was suspended at those locations until police can confirm that there are no bombs. Yes. County officials at this point are seeking a court order to extend voting. That is routine in Georgia when a polling place is disrupted. Gwinnett County also saw threats.
We understand how polarized America is, and we know how sometimes people want to take advantage of that, and a lot of that is foreign state actors that don't have our best, outcome in their hearts. They want to see us, mess with each other and not get along with each other. But at the end of the day, we are the United States of America. Never lose sight of that.
In Pennsylvania, problems at some of the polls in that swing state mean they've actually extended voting there as well. Some of the polls are staying open later than they were scheduled to because of concerns this time with voting machines. That happened in Cambria County. That is just outside of Pittsburgh. Now, polls there will stay open 2 hours later tonight. That means from 8 p.m. till 10 p.m. after some of the voting machines there were unable to scan ballots. Leaders there say the issue was due to a software glitch, though they say it was quickly corrected. And election officials in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, now recounting more than 30,000 absentee ballots. That's because doors on the ballot tabulators were not properly sealed. Officials say they do not believe any of the counted ballots were tampered with. However, they're going to recount them out of an abundance of caution.
All right, Michelle, thank you. We have to get these in. We've got some race calls. Donald Trump winning Indiana and Kentucky. That just in. And we're hearing that former Vice President Kamala Harris winning Vermont. So it seems that is the split, at least between those three states, as we get into the 7 o'clock hour now.
And now, here back in North Carolina, we are about 25 minutes from the polls closing here in the state of North Carolina. And I'm walking over to where you'll be seeing a lot of us over the course of the next few hours. And this is our map that once the results start coming in after 7:30, we'll be updating these after 10% of the precincts come in. Let's go through sort of what we're looking at and some of the races we'll be looking at over here. For one, this is a total look at the map. It's zeroed out right now because none of the tallies have been calculated quite yet. So that's going to be changing throughout the course of the night, especially after 7:30. Again, we're expecting a bulk of the results between, say, 9:30 and 11:30. We have the ability to go back in time to see how states are performing, how different counties are performing. For example, personally, I'm looking to watch Cabarrus County to see how it performs tonight, because back 4 years ago, Donald Trump got 54% of the vote. Back in 2016, he got 59% of the vote. Does he continue to slide in Cabarrus County? Because if so, that could indicate how things are going to unfold throughout the night in North Carolina. It's sort of a bellwether here in the state of North Carolina. Of course, though, that is not it. We have also got the governor's race as well. Mark Robinson, Josh Stein. After that, Lieutenant Governor, Attorney General as well. A close one they were expecting between Jeff Jackson and Dan Bishop, two local Charlotteans who are running for that race. And of course, then we have congressional races that we're following, as well as state House and state Senate races. We'll be watching it all from this perch right here. You can watch with us as those results come in real time over the course of the next few hours. Colin and Vanessa.
All right, Ben, thank you so much. And we had told folks we'd have expert insights weighing in on all of the trends and some of the results that we are going to see as we go on throughout the evening. So we have Chelsea Kaufman here, a political science professor. So a lot to talk about tonight. Colin, what do you want to ask? Yeah.
Well, Chelsea, I want to talk about the gender gap here. Specifically, though, early voting here in North Carolina, the electorate was showing over 50% for women coming out in the early voting period. How do you think that's going to impact the vote here in North Carolina? A lot has been said about splitting right. Donald Trump getting a lot of male votes, women voting for Harris. What are you seeing so far out there right now?
Yeah, this has been a fascinating trend to me.
Yeah.
It's very typical that women outvote men by a little bit, maybe a percentage point or two. But seeing the over 50%, I think it might have been 56% of the early vote was women. And increasingly in recent years, as you said, there has been this trend that women tend to be breaking a little bit more Democratic than in the past, and men more Republican, especially with Donald Trump on the ballot here. Yeah. So I'll be curious to see whether that would perhaps boost Harris's chances here in the state, although it'll depend on what the election day turnout looks like.
Right. And it seems like that trend kind of continues across the United States. As you say, we'll see how those splits or how those votes split in other states. But it is an interesting trend that we've seen in North Carolina and other states as well.
Yeah, I guess one thing that I wanted to ask about was maybe timing. And I know it's hard to say as far as when we might start to expect results to be more solidified and things, a clearer image, if you will. What sort of time frame are you thinking about?
Well, it depends on the state. So here in North Carolina, my understanding is most of the votes that have been cast on election day or prior, either during the early voting period or the absentee ballots that they would have received before election day, that they can tabulate those once the polls close, and we'll have most of that information tonight. So we may know more about North Carolina tonight, but if the state is very close, then we are still waiting on absentee ballots that were received on election day, as well as the provisional ballots and any military overseas ballots that are still coming in. And so then in comparison, a state like Pennsylvania, they are just beginning to process their absentee ballots as of today. So it'll take a little bit longer to hear their results, and we may have to wait a few days for that information.
And then not to forget, obviously, we have 30,000 ballots that have to continue to, or have to be recounted in Milwaukee County, which is the largest county in all of Wisconsin. Then we have 2 precincts in North Carolina that also extended, so those ballots will be counted. Although I do believe, and it sounds like we'll have more of those results from North Carolina within the next couple of hours, so that'll be good to see. What are you expecting lingering issues into tonight? I know Pennsylvania, they've, as you alluded to, they've got different rules. Obviously, Nevada could still be out there later on midnight. What do you think we'll see as we get closer to 10, 11 o'clock? I know it's tough to forecast and kind of see where we're at that point, though.
Yeah, that's a great question because, as I said, it kind of depends on the state and how many people cast their ballots by mail and how much of that they've been able to process.
Gotcha.
So my understanding is North Carolina and Michigan of our very close states. We're going to have a better idea there. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, I believe they're the ones where it might take a few days if they're very close and we need to wait until there can be more processing and counting of their absentee ballots. And then Arizona and Nevada, my understanding is they've been able to process a lot of theirs, but they have so much more mail-in voting, and especially ballots that might be counted in their very large counties from drop boxes may take a while. So it'll depend kind of on how close the states are.
It's going to be an interesting night.
Yeah, and of course, like folks want to know, of course, the presidency, but also in North Carolina, as we alluded to, there are a lot of statewide races that folks are watching. We know the governor's race is super high profile on the national scale. And so I guess I'm just curious, what your thoughts are as far as the trends on how that might, forecast out with the presidency versus the Stein-Robinson matchup, because we had seen some of the more recent polling showing Stein with double-digit lead over Robinson. I guess, how do you think that might trickle down?
Yeah, that has been a really interesting trend, is so many of the polls have been showing Stein with that double-digit lead. But if you look at other statewide races, such as Attorney General or like Superintendent of Public Instruction, their gap is a little smaller. It seems like this may be having some effect. Democrats tend to be leading in those races. And so it's hard to say, will the same thing happen in the presidency? Will that give a little bit of an edge to the Democrats? Or are voters going to be discerning and vote Republican for the presidency and Democratic for governor as they did in 2020?
And I'll stop asking questions. I know we got to check in with Julie Kay, but I do at some point want to talk about the gerrymandering of the districts, because that is going to have an impact. Obviously, it happens when Democrats are holding the entire thing in Raleigh. The Republicans now have the control, so that's why those districts have changed. But we've got to get into that and talk a little bit about it, because we alluded to it in our 6 o'clock show and 4 o'clock as well, that a lot of money has been pouring into some of those statewide races because the districts have changed, those maps. So we'll get into that, talk a little bit about that, because a lot of maps have changed over the last couple of years.
Oh, yes.
Almost all of them in our area. So we'll get a little bit of that. But as you said, all eyes are on the governor's race, which could be an indication for other things to come later tonight.
Yeah, we do have team coverage going on this evening. We've got Julie Kay covering the Josh Stein campaign. We also have Julia Kaufman over with the Robinson campaign. We want to start with Julia Kaufman just to kind of get a mood of what it is like. I know that you are still waiting in the hours that we were checking in with you on air on TV for some folks to start trickling in. How's it looking now?
Hey, folks are starting to trickle in here. We've seen a few supporters at Mark Robinson's watch party here in downtown Raleigh. So as they start to trickle in, we know polls are closing in about 15 minutes, and they're really anxious for those results and holding on to hope that Robinson can somehow pull out a win, despite polls showing he's trailing behind Attorney General Josh Stein by 15 points. Now, we've talked to both campaigns, and both Robinson and Stein think that the race is going to come much closer than what polls are showing. Now, as we wait for the lieutenant governor to get here to his watch party and address his supporters, address the media, we spoke with his campaign's chief strategist, Matt Hurley. Hurley is holding on to optimism as well, of course. He says a good sign for their campaign is a big turnout in the rural areas of North Carolina.
I think the biggest thing is going to be sort of the breakdown of urban versus rural turnout. So I think what we're seeing right now that's really, really positive is that the rural turnout is greatly eclipsing 2020 levels. We haven't seen that same level of enthusiasm in the urban areas. So we'll continue to see where that plays out when actual results come in.
So win or lose, Hurley says Robinson is prepared to accept the results no matter what happens tonight. For now, we're live in Raleigh. Julia Kaufman, WCNC Charlotte.
Robinson been running really an embattled campaign for months now, but especially in the last month or so after that CNN article. But he's remained defiant, saying that he's going to stay in the race the whole time, but the polling has certainly not been in his favor. Let's go ahead and turn it over to Julie Kay. She's covering the Josh Stein campaign. I spoke to Mr. Stein just a few days ago, and Julie, he said he's not banking on the polls at this point, that he's banking on turnout and his supporters actually getting to the polls.
Yeah, that is correct. And that's really the kind of attitude that's been echoed here. I actually just spoke to the state party chair, Anderson Clayton, and she actually used the phrase nauseously optimistic. So the vibe in here is good. The energy is good. People are cautiously optimistic, but we are still waiting for those supporters to turn in. The doors open to supporters around 7:30, right as those polls close. So in our conversations with the campaign manager and with Stein and with his team, as I've said, they've been pretty optimistic, especially looking at that latest WRIL poll where it shows Stein is 15 points up. But again, turnout is really the big deal here. He was even at the polls earlier today, and WCNC Charlotte was there, and he told us that he has tried to bring in positivity and welcoming people to the party, and that is what people are looking for. So he says that that's what he thinks people are going to go for, and he's very confident in that. And I also asked their campaign manager, Jeff Allen, about his priorities if he is elected. Of course, breaking the supermajority, that's what we've heard over and over and over again. Stein telling us that that's just, the first step if he's elected before trying to bring balance back to Raleigh. But then the campaign manager also says, of course, Western North Carolina is a big priority, but we'll be here as those people start to come in and hopefully talk to some of them as well. For now, live in Raleigh, Julie Kay, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, Julie, thank you. It's really been a fascinating race. I've seen a lot of pundits talking about this race could be closer than a lot of people expect. And then the polls show, which we all know, polls do have some issues with them, not capturing everybody that they should. So we'll see, obviously. It's very interesting, though. The Robinson camp is in Raleigh, North Carolina. Tradisha Woodard is in Wake County with the GOP, who's in Cary, North Carolina. Tradisha, what's the mood right now? Obviously, eyes are all on the governor's race, but obviously the Robinson campaign is in Raleigh, and he's not there in Wake County.
That's right. Well, one thing I will tell you, as the polling locations prepare to close their doors, we've seen more and more folks trickle in here to the GOP watch party. We've been here all evening giving you guys the updates on some of the key candidates, some of the key races. We talked about Lieutenant Governor. We talked about North Carolina State Superintendent. That was a really big one. Remember, a lot of folks had some concerns about the increase in teacher pay. So to talk a little bit about some of those concerns, we do have Michelle Morrell. She's one of the candidates that is on the ballot, rather. So Michelle, talk to us a little bit about why it's so important to get the right person in that seat.
Well, here in North Carolina, we have a crisis happening in our education system. We have only 1 out of every 4 of our students who is reading or doing math at grade level. Last year alone, almost 1,500 teachers were assaulted on the job, and there's been an 84% increase in crime and drug use and gang activity within our schools. It's time for us to get back to the basics of education, and I'm the only candidate that has a plan to do that.
Okay, and if you get in that seat, talk to me a little bit about some of your top priorities as soon as you get in office.
Absolutely. Safety is a top priority. After I won the primary, I started a school safety advisory council, and they have been working on looking throughout the country, finding best practices to make sure that our schools are the safest buildings in the state. And then we're going to look at taking out the political and social activism that is preventing our children from actually getting a quality education, and making sure that we do some audits and make that our funding goes directly to student needs rather than the bureaucracy that has been robbing our children.
And we know one of the biggest questions, as I mentioned, was teacher pay. I know you also have plans. You talked about, cutting down some of the spending, asking state government to save some of that money so we can allot more funding to that issue. Talk to me a little bit in depth about those plans.
Absolutely. I've already been talking with the General Assembly, both the House and Senate members for the last several years, and we would like to raise that base salary upwards of $55,000. And then we really need to look at where our spending is happening. That's why I'm saying on day one, we're going to start looking into audits and figure out where is our money going. It's 50% of our state budget, and yet while we have increased the amount of money we are spending per student, we are not getting the same results academically. We have some of the lowest competency rates ever recorded in the state of North Carolina.
And one of my last questions is, how are you feeling about everything tonight? As the night continues to wind down, what's your thoughts? How are you feeling?
I'm excited. I think that we've run a fabulous race. I know that we have, and I have hundreds of people that have been working for the last year. I believe that we were touching on what is important to the majority of people in North Carolina. It really doesn't matter your race, religion, or your politics. People are concerned that our children are not getting a great education, and I have a plan to do that. So I am cautiously optimistic.
Thank you so much, Ms. Moreau. Of course, we're going to continue to stick around and bring you guys the latest details. But for now, I'll pass it back to you. Reporting live in Wake County, Tradisha Woodard, WCNC Charlotte.
Tradisha, thanks. I'll tell you what, guys, there's a lot of races out there. This one is getting national attention. And it's because part of what you heard her say, it resonates. People are frustrated that public schools are not doing better than they are in some cases. But she's a controversial figure. She did not get the endorsement of the current Republican superintendent of public instruction, which is notable. And there are several other Republicans who have distanced themselves from her because of controversial things she said in the past. She was at January 6th. She tweeted about violence against certain Democrats. So that race will be one of the most interesting races to watch tonight to see how it turns out. Because while she has a lot of really adamant supporters, she also has some folks that are alarmed by some of the things that she said in the past. I interviewed her on Flashpoint, had a healthy, robust discussion. That is certainly a race to watch.
Well, they're polar opposites, Mo Green and Michelle Morrow. So obviously another race that we will be watching, and everyone else is watching as well.
Yes, and we do want to continue our team coverage because, Colin, you pointed out the fact that Mark Robinson is not at the same watch party as the North Carolina GOP, but we have Kaylin Hagwood, who is with the North Carolina Democratic Party in Raleigh. Stein is there. Josh Stein is at this party. So, Kaylin, what are you seeing there, and how are folks feeling?
Well, folks are feeling energized, hoping that they're going to move the needle on this purple state in the blue direction. It's something that hasn't been done since 2008 with Obama, but there's been a major investment put right here in North Carolina to make that happen, not only from folks who live in North Carolina, but outside of the state, hoping that this state is going to turn blue for Kamala Harris and then down the ballot. And some of those races that we're watching, of course, the Attorney General Josh Stein hoping to win governor, Lieutenant Governor Rachel Hunt, the Democratic nominee here, hoping to win that position as well. A lot of the policies aligning in terms of what they're hoping to achieve. Pro-choice candidates also hoping to see a greater investment into public education, as opposed to the Republican nominees who are often more for school choice and for anti-abortion. So those tend to be the pretty opposites, clear opposites among the candidates. I want to talk about, of course, the state superintendent of education race. You just heard from Michelle Morrow there. Mo Green is the Democrat that's running for this position here. He has an extensive history in public education. He actually worked for some of the largest districts in North Carolina, including CMS. He was deputy superintendent. He was superintendent of schools at one of those districts and hoping to be the leader of the state public education system. I want you to actually hear from the Lieutenant Governor, a Democratic nominee, Rachel Hunt. Spoke to her just a short time ago. She's one of the many supporters that we're expecting, candidates and supporters that we're expecting to arrive here very shortly as the polls close. She talked about her vision for North Carolina if she is to win win as Lieutenant Governor here.
I'm feeling good. Listen, we've run for almost 2 years. We've worked as hard as we can. We've done everything that we could possibly do to win this race, and I feel good.
What do you think you're going to bring to this role?
Well, I'm going to bring a person who works hard and actually does the job, for one thing. I will preside over the Senate. I will attend the meetings like State Board and Community College Board. And I will go all over North Carolina and talk to people about what they need and what they want in state government.
What do you feel like Carolina are missing?
I feel like they're missing a lieutenant governor who works for them. I feel like we haven't had that in 12 years, and we're about to get that tonight.
Yeah, and Hunt taking some shots there at Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson and what he's achieved during his time in office. We know Hal Weatherman, the Republican nominee, running for the position as well. Some of his things that he's hoping to achieve are going to be school choice as well as he's anti-abortion. Again, those pretty kind of clear Republican-Democratic differences that we often hear about. And as we talk about, again, bringing us back into the room, a few folks starting to arrive, but once the polls close, we know this room is going to be filled. We're expecting to see hundreds of people. And as we talk about that investment that's been put into the state, Mecklenburg County is actually a big focus. They're hopeful that even though we talk about just in 2008 when the state flipped for North Carolina, they're hopeful that Mecklenburg County could actually be the silver bullet, so to speak, for Democrats because of the diversity in that county and the growth that that county has seen over the last few years. And so gone from really just a few staff positions at the Mecklenburg Democratic Party to now thousands of positions. They've raised roughly $2.7 million in just this campaign cycle, again, hoping to see a win for Kamala Harris and a win down the ballot, hoping to see North Carolina go blue. Reporting live here in Raleigh, Caitlin Hagwood, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, Caitlin, thank you. And for folks just now joining us on WCNC Plus as we stream, a reminder, polls close here in North Carolina in less than 5 minutes. They already closed down in South Carolina, already closed down in Georgia, but in the next 4 minutes, polls close. And we should say the first things we anticipate are those absentee mail-in ballots. So the first numbers we see will be those. They're not reflective of the general voting population. And then probably in an hour or so, we're going to start getting the early voting. And then after that, the election day votes. So gives you some idea of what to anticipate over the next hour or two.
And there's two precincts that had extended periods of time here in North Carolina. So we may see those a little bit delayed, but it shouldn't really hang things up too much.
Probably not.
We'll take a look at the map now.
Yeah, that's right. We want to head over to the big board. So, of course, as we mentioned, the polls aren't quite closed in North Carolina.
Sure.
And we are going to expect afterwards that we'll start to get some results coming in. But we can go ahead and give you a look at what we're seeing right now and even just give you a lay of the land of what to expect from our big board here with some of these results that are populating in. So, as you can see, Ben was over here just a little bit ago highlighting some of the races. So this was set on Attorney General. Let's see if we can get back over to the governor's race because we know that this is one we've talked about already during our WCNC Plus stream here this evening. Mark Robinson and Josh Stein. As we know, Governor Roy Cooper is not running for re-election because of term limits in this situation, and Governor Cooper has endorsed Josh Stein. As we see here, we have 0% reporting according to this map, so this is as we would expect right now based on the time of day. So once we hit about 10%, just to give you a peek behind the curtain, that's when we'll actually start to see some of these results coming in. So we'll be able to click through here and see each individual county. So as we peruse around, of course, we got Mecklenburg, we've got Iredell County out towards Greensboro, which is where we know Mark Robinson is from, and then out towards Raleigh, you could see Durham and Wake County and Hartnett County. So these are some of the areas we'll be checking in with to see kind of what the trends hold. Once again, let's see what the time is. Okay, we're getting close to maybe about 2.5 minutes to polls closing in North Carolina. So hold tight. We'll be back over here at this big board shortly, getting you more updates on this race and so many others. But I believe Ben is standing by now with our political expert.
All right, Vanessa, thanks. Yeah, I'm joined by Chelsea Kaufman, assistant professor over at Wingate University of Politics, correct?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, so polls close in just about 2 minutes here in North Carolina. Worth noting, after that, we'll start to get some absentee ballots in, and we'll start to get a sense of it. In your mind, what parts of the state are you looking towards as possible bellwethers of things to come for the next several hours here?
Yeah, I think that is something that is a great question, because one of the things that we've really seen is a lot of population growth in North Carolina. And so you have so many different things you could look at. You could look at what's the turnout like in our larger cities, in our larger counties like Mecklenburg and Wake. You could look at how is the rural turnout doing. I think that it'll be really interesting to look at any kind of suburban counties and how they are breaking, because suburban counties tend to be some of our most competitive counties anymore. And so that'll
You're
be
talking about the Union counties?
Yes, like Union County.
The Cabarrus counties,
yes.
Iredell counties, those are some of the counties that we're talking about here.
Exactly. Yes. And so, yeah, maybe like Union County, which is where I work, will probably still lean towards the Republican candidates. But will they be more Republican or less Republican than in past elections? And so I think that will determine which candidates have the margin in the state.
We spoke about Cabarrus County earlier. I know 2016, I believe Donald Trump got about 59% of the vote. Then in 2020, he got about 55% of the vote. It will be interesting tonight if he goes back and he performs better or worse. Talk to me about Charlotte. I know the Harris campaign and Democrats have really staffed up in Charlotte this year because they felt that Joe Biden, while he won Mecklenburg County, did not win as strongly as he should have 4 years ago.
Exactly. Yes. And so that's what I was saying is you're going to want to look at the turnout in counties like Mecklenburg, because if the Democrats have been successful in boosting turnout there are so many people that have moved into these cities since 2024. Since 2020. And so what you're going to see is, have they been able to convert them to the Democratic Party, and have they been able to get them to turn out to vote in larger numbers than what we'll see from the more Republican areas in the state? And will they be able to increase their margins compared to last time based off of all of these efforts the Democratic Party's put in place?
The last few polls I saw came out suggested there could be possible down ballot benefits from the governor's race, as in Josh Stein performing fairly well in most polling compared to Mark Robinson, and that the other council of state, you're talking about whether it's Attorney General or Commissioner of Labor, all those council of state down ballot. But can you have an up ballot effect as well, say up to the presidency?
Yes, possibly. I think that you could, if you have people that are turning out to vote and they're just marking the ballot straight for one party, that could possibly have an up ballot effect as well. But at the same time, we've seen North Carolina in the past vote for a Republican presidential candidate, Democratic governor. And we saw that in 2020, of course. So if it's a very close election, even an up ballot effect, it's hard to say if that would benefit one candidate over the other. But it definitely is possible to occur.
Finally, talk to me about the impact, the growing impact that is the unaffiliated voter in North Carolina. I mean, it is now the largest voting group in the state of North Carolina. It's now the largest voting group in Mecklenburg County. Those unaffiliated voters, what do we know about them and how they vote?
Yes. So unaffiliated voters, as you said, they're a growing group. And I know that a lot of younger people tend to be unaffiliated. And so if that's true, that a lot of our unaffiliated voters here in North Carolina are also younger voters, and younger voters tend to lean a little bit more Democratic, that could be a boost to the Democrats. However, if undecided voters also tend to be unaffiliated, and so if they break towards the Republican Party the closer we get to Election Day, then that could be in favor of Trump and the other Republican candidates in the state. And so one of the things we did see, too, is that in the early voting data, I saw that they increased their turnout quite a bit in the early vote. So I'll be really curious to see what their results are.
That was the thing, because with the early voting, there's only so much you can glean from that information. And you saw a lot of folks online and on blogs try to convince themselves and others. But when you had a third of the electorate and you don't know how they're voting because they're not Democrat, it's hard to really know how anything happened out of early voting as far as actual results. So we'll get all those answers tonight. And by the way, polls now closed here in the state of North Carolina just 2 minutes ago. Back over to you, Colin and Vanessa.
All right, Ben, yes, polls closed. And we'll just remind folks, of course, we have those 2 precincts, which you mentioned, Colin, that will be delayed slightly in closing. We'll go ahead and mention here, we do have a projected winner in West Virginia, Donald Trump, expected to get the 4 electoral votes from there. So that is one race that we're seeing in that particular state that is coming through with a projected winner.
That's right. All right, we have to check in with Austin Walker, who is at the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections. He was talking to Michael Dickerson throughout the day, talking about what needs to be done and the work that starts after 7 o'clock. It sounds like precincts in other parts of Mecklenburg County will take a thumb drive, Austin, correct me if I'm wrong here, and they will drive it to the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections, and that will hold the information on the votes, right, whether Democratic or Republican. Talk a little bit about that process.
Yeah, hey guys, so we are currently at the Board of Elections office in Mecklenburg County, kind of the hub of what we're talking about here. So all day long, this has been the place where people can drop off their absentee ballots. But now, what time is it now? It is exactly 7:33. So 3 minutes ago, those polls closed across the state. And now we're going to see a shift. We're going to see the board meet here in this room. Actually, I'm actually going to show you where they're going to be at. They're going to be at this table right here. And behind them, behind that glass, are the machines that will then tabulate all those results coming in. So we're going to see those polling places across the county, drive here, bring those results from there, and they'll be loaded in here, and that's kind of how they're going to go through it. So obviously a big thing here is election integrity and election security. We're seeing reports again in Wisconsin about how one of the machines did have a little bit of mess up, so they're having to recount 30,000 ballots right now. Here we are not seeing any reports of that. They think everything looks like it's good to go right now. But still, that is a big question, and we will be getting some updates throughout the night with Michael Dickerson, the Board of Elections Director. We are talking about, again, things like voter integrity as well, and what it looks like when it comes to how things are working at the polling spots today. We saw some reports again of harassment and intimidation in places like Georgia and Pennsylvania. Thankfully, here in Mecklenburg County, we have seen none of that whatsoever. Michael Dickerson telling us that voters did behave and they did well today, and there was no reports of any intimidation or harassment. Again, this is just the first stop, and again, 7:30. We are just past that end of voting today, but it's going to be a long, long night as people are here getting those results pumped out. This is just one of the many counties in North Carolina where that process is taking place.
Austin Walker, please give our thanks to Michael Dickerson as well as all the poll workers out there. You know, when you go down there and you cover these people over the years.
Yeah, they're working hard.
They work so hard, and it's a thankless job.
It is.
And no one is more enthusiastic about these elections than Michael Dickerson. He loves for this. He lives for this stuff. He absolutely loves it.
And he'll always talk to us.
To give you a little bit of a...
Go ahead, Austin.
Yes, to give you a little bit of background, though, he's been running around. I swear, you look to your left and he's gone. He just zips away, but he'll always come back like a boomerang with all the information that you might need and plus more. Like we mentioned, these volunteers have been out here all day today, and at 7:30 when the polls closed, the last woman actually walked in and handed in her absentee right at 7:30, so she really went, it was a nail biter. There was a lot of claps and thank yous saying to all those people here, really trying to make a difference. And again, this is what America is all about. It's about the people coming together and making their voices heard, and that's what we saw today. So obviously the work has been done all day, and now the second part, maybe Act 2 is what we should call it. Now the tabulation and the fun really does begin.
Awesome, thank you for that. North Carolina getting a lot of attention, but we can't forget our folks down to South Carolina as well. Jesse Pierre at the York Government Center, where they are tabulating some of the votes. Jesse, bring us up to speed. What are you seeing down there?
Well, overall, we're here in York at the Government Center. Polling sites close in South Carolina at 7 o'clock. So in York County, officials tell me they had about 85 polling sites, staffed with them almost 800 people, including poll managers and clerks. Now that the polls are closed, you'll be seeing this. This is what we'll be watching. The York County Voter Registration and Elections Office will run the results for early voters and absentee ballots. They will be posted here around 8 o'clock. And as they wait for each site to close down and for all of the results to come in from each poll site. Now they will have these screens up the entire time and will post those results as they come up. Now I spoke to Allison Mallard with the Board of Voter Registration and Elections for York County. She says you will also see the loading process, and you can see that in some of the videos and the clerks coming in with all of the equipment used today.
Election processes and voting processes are transparent and public. All of that is open to the public. Ballots are secret. No photos of ballots, no images whatsoever, no saving ballots, hanging on to them, or any of that. It keeps everybody safe, and it protects the integrity of the election.
Mallard also talked about the intensive training they go through, as well as their clerks, to make sure that the entire process is safe and secure. Sending it back to you.
Reporting for us in New York. Jesse, thank you for keep us posted. Polls there in South Carolina closed just about 38 minutes ago. All right, folks, I want to stop for a second because for the first time today, we are actually getting some numbers in on voting. We've waited literally over a year for this. Now we're getting them. I also want to use a very cautionary tale. These are absentee mail-in votes is what these first numbers are. So with that information, just want to go over some of the things we're seeing so far. For one, too early to have anything here in Charlotte. Up in Raleigh, though, preliminary reports show a very decisive 71% for Kamala Harris there in Wake County. You go back, Joe Biden won it by 62%. So at least right now she is overperforming, which is good news there. Let's go up to Durham County. Kamala Harris right now with 7,000 votes, 84%. That again, outperforming how Joe Biden did 4 years ago. And then over in Orange County, College County, a lot of college students there. This is the largest number I've seen so far. 86% of the vote Kamala Harris compared to 75% that Joe Biden got. So with a caveat that these are the very, very early numbers right here, just absentee mail-in ballots, seems like Kamala Harris is overperforming where she needs to. Let's take a look at, though, some redder counties. Rutherford County, Donald Trump now with 51.7% of the vote, compared to that, how he did was 72%. So he will need to perform much higher level than that in the hours to come. And then just north of that, McDowell County, right now Donald Trump with 51% of the vote. Back 4 years ago, he won with 73. I would anticipate, as the early voting numbers come in, and say 30 minutes to an hour, and then with the election day vote to come in about 2 hours after that, that those numbers are going to be drastically going up. One other thing I want to look at is over in Asheville, Buncombe County. The folks there had been through so much in the last month because of Hurricane Helene. Right now, Kamala Harris with 76.9, 77% of the vote, compared to 4 years ago, Joe Biden got 59. So I would caution about reading too much into any of these numbers right now, Colin and Vanessa. But I would say the Harris campaign hopes that these numbers and the overperforming in these blue areas is an indicator of what's to come throughout the night. But again, it is very early.
Yes, and as we've heard, Western North Carolina leading the charge for turnout, getting those people out to the ballot boxes and obviously having their voices heard. In the next hour and a half, we've got more polls to close in 7 battleground states. We've got Arizona at 9, Georgia, which is already closed, Michigan at 8. Nevada will be up at 10, and then Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, 8 and 9, respectively. So a lot's going to happen in this next hour and a half, not just here in North Carolina as we watch these races here. So we got to check in with Miles Harris right now. He's keeping us informed about what's happening election night right now, verifying information that may come across online. And we've seen a lot of misinformation already.
Yeah, so Miles, you're looking into how some of these results come in and how they're looked at.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, guys. I mean, we've been spending a lot of time here. And once the polls actually close, votes will actually start to get counted. And as they do, plenty of sites and accounts, they're going to be able to flood you with that information on the results. But who can you trust the most? Well, let's go ahead and verify some of that information when it comes to this, which sources are the best and which ones are accurately calling the election winners. Now, all signs right now, they are pointing to the Associated Press right now, also known as AP. Now, AP has race callers at every state, including both North and South Carolina. Now, according to their website, the Associated Press and their decision team, they go strictly off of facts and they stay away from any candidate or even campaign when it comes to gathering that information on the results. Now, AP does not make any projections or even name any apparent likely winners. They only call races when they're officially decided. So although they may take the most time when it comes to giving that information, they are accurate. And it also is important to note that in the 2020 U.S. general election, the Associated Press, they declared winners in more than 5,000 contested races. Now, that is something they're going to keep a close eye on as election night continues. Guys.
Yeah, Miles, absolutely. And let's not forget in 2020, many states took until the weekend, that Saturday, to figure out who may have won that state, what electoral votes went where. We could be in that same type of process.
We do forget that sometimes. That it did not go quickly in 2020.
Knock on wood.
That's right.
There's been a lot of misinformation as well, obviously. I saw a text, I think, today about polling locations or times changing, so there's a lot of misinformation. If it looks wrong, double check your Board of Elections where you live, and hopefully that information will come up.
Well, we do know that there's some places here that legitimately did have issues getting started and some delays, and we have a team digging into that as well.
That's right. I believe Nate standing by. Nate Morbido joins us. He's here in studio, tracking some of the voting issues. Nate?
I mean, you say some, we're talking about 2, which to me is just unbelievable. And you think about there's 2,650 polling sites across North Carolina, and so far, just 2 of those sites, 2 precincts have had issues today. You look back in 2020, 10 sites had issues and had to have extended voting. Let me tell you about one of them. In Burke County, the Pilot Mountain Precinct took about an hour and a half to get things really moving this morning because there was a laptop issue. The laptop they used to check in voters just wouldn't boot up. We all have that issue with our computers sometimes when you come in the office, and I guess election administrators are no different. There were some people in line at the time, I mean, we're talking about a delay in voting, who apparently left. There were others who got tired as it progressed and left as well, but there was some talk from the election administrator, some may come back, and they decided ultimately, the state election board, we're going to extend voting through 8 o'clock at this one precinct in Burke County. That's really important to point out here because in that case, there was an observer, a person actually running for office, who kind of was observing the precinct and saw nobody really moving. And at some point filed an affidavit with the state saying, we have an issue here. And you don't want to see voters disenfranchised. You want everybody to be able to vote who wants to vote. So there in Burke County, an extra 30 minutes, which is going to wrap up here pretty soon. The same is true at the Gardner School Precinct. That's in Wilson County. We're talking about east of Raleigh. That opened at 6:30, but they had a printer issue there where they couldn't get the printer to print out the print authorization to vote forms. And unfortunately, this was a new election administrator there in Wilson County. There were some issues of not following up the backup procedures. So once again, you had people, they got tired. I mean, they probably had to go to work and they left. And again, you don't want to see people do that. But in both of these precincts, we're talking about 20 people, maybe a little bit more, who potentially left. So not a huge number. And I do want to point out one more thing that I thought was really interesting when listening to these state board emergency meetings today about these two precincts, which each got an extra half an hour. There was a real concerted effort to make sure there was a unified front when voting on these extensions. You know, you have Republicans and you have Democrats on these state boards. And they were desperately trying to get unanimous votes. In one of those precincts, they went 5-0, the other 4-1. So maybe an effort to try to unify and to restore faith and trust in the system that we have here. And I do want to point out, too, I mean, I was out there at the Mecklenburg County election office in 2020. We all were waiting for something to happen. It didn't happen. You know, and so far today, there really hasn't been much that has happened here other than people respecting their fellow voters. I went to vote early on the first day of early voting, and I waited in line a long time. I'm compulsive, so I had to get it done. But I was sitting there with these people, and nobody was getting aggressive. Nobody was getting impatient. I mean, maybe people are acting in good faith and just want to make sure their votes counted and doing what it takes, nothing more, you know, not making a big scene.
Absolutely. Nate, thank you for watching that. I mean, there's a lot of delays, or not many delays that we've been talking about, those two in the precincts, but obviously there's 30,000 votes that need to be recounted in Milwaukee County, which is the largest county in Wisconsin. And obviously there's different rules of how they're going to hand count ballots in Pennsylvania and other states. That is going to be key as we head into the hours tonight. So you may see more of these issues pop up. We're going to bring in our political expert, Chelsea Kaufman. Chelsea, it's great to have you again. Election integrity. It's been on the minds of so many folks. We saw it in 2020, right? We're seeing it again. We saw Donald Trump kind of talk a little bit about some of the results, that if it's a fair election, he will accept those. So how do you navigate around those type of claims when we know so many election officials, so many employees are doing their diligent work to make sure this is a fair election?
Yes, I think that it's very important to actually emphasize that there are so many employees out there that are actually doing this hard work, as well as, you know, just thinking about your own experience whenever you turn out to vote, right? It's always unfortunate if there is something that seems questionable, or you have a really long wait, or we have some of these instances like we've just talked about where votes need to be recounted, or maybe there was a delay in the process. But focus on the fact that those are a small number of cases and people are working to correct them. And I think it's really important to remind a lot of the voters of that, because if we have so much misinformation that's out there on social media. And so if you hear a story, oh, this is something that happened to my friend when they went to vote, and that seems suspicious, that can really sow a seed of doubt. And especially if that person doesn't also hear about all the stories of all the people working diligently out there very early in the morning to man the polls, to make sure that our ballots are counted, then they're only getting that one side of the story, and it can really sow doubt in the system.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, that brings up a really great point in why we have Verify in part. So we have a Verify segment, which is a lot of fact checking and actually going to primary sources and getting the real information, just because there is so much misinformation. And in fact, we should say disinformation out there. And we see this with large events. So for example, an election, we saw it post-Helene, where there were so many false claims circulating. And in some cases, it is somebody with a particular agenda. They're trying to maybe say that, you know, officials aren't doing their part, or they're not being transparent. In some cases, we are seeing these are actually foreign agents. We actually had the FBI talking about how they recently disrupted, I want to say back in September, I believe it was, I think it was 32 domains that were linked to misinformation surrounding the election, and they were able to track it out of Russia. So Yeah, I would just urge folks, if they have any claims that they're seeing, to send them to us, to our team, verify@wcnc.com. We will gladly look into those, and folks can also check out our Verify section on WCNC.com and the WCNC Charlotte mobile app to kind of look at our past reporting, just to see if there's something that we've already talked about. I guess my next question that kind of leads out of this, and it ties into something that Ben said earlier, just kind of like a cautionary tale as results start to come in super early here, is not to put too much stake in the trends that we're seeing very early on. And I think it ties in a bit to some folks maybe, the red mirage, thinking about the red mirage or the blue mirage. And when you start to see results changing throughout the evening in a drastic way, they might feel like this is an example or, an illustration of, something dubious going on with the election process. What are you looking at? What are you seeing as far as trends that we could expect? Red mirage, blue mirage in North Carolina and other states that are important for folks to know about?
Yes, I think that that's going to be really important, because I think this was a source of a lot of confusion last time, right? If your state seems to be red and then suddenly shifts blue, or vice versa, that's a big surprise. Like, why did the results suddenly change? And back in 2020 especially, you had a lot more Democrats who were doing vote by mail, and so that's one of the reasons that occurred. So if we have a similar trend, although it may not be the same case without the pandemic, then there may not be as much partisanship in who votes by mail. There may not be quite the same trend with there being a different partisanship to the votes coming in later. But if there is, that's maybe not something nefarious, but just a different pattern in, I saw data the other day showing that older voters voted early on in early voting, and then younger voters voted later on. If something like that happened, where younger voters got their absentee ballots in later and then they voted more Democratic, then that could change the results as different demographics or different, people who live in different parts of the state come in, and we add those into the vote totals.
Got to ask you about this too, because electronics technology has obviously advanced. It's been used, even Dominion voting machines use electronics. And I'm curious to know from you also, because a lot of people there's been a claim that voting machines maybe shouldn't be used, we should use paper ballots. Everything is backed up on paper, though, that we're seeing electronically. So just because we're not necessarily seeing the physical paper ballots doesn't mean that they're not backed by what we're seeing electronically, right? Can you talk a little bit about what we're seeing technologically around the United States, also maybe here in North Carolina with casting those votes?
Yeah, I mean, obviously every state is going to be using different types of systems, but there's a lot of work to make those secure, as well as the fact that, as you said, there's going to be paper records as well. I know, for example, when I personally went to vote, you use the machine, but it prints out a piece of paper.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes.
And so they have information that they can look at to back that up.
Okay.
And so even if there was some kind of concern, they could look at that sort of thing to see if there was any kind of discrepancy. Because, of course, technology could theoretically have glitches or problems, and we wouldn't want that to happen. But again, kind of back to what we said earlier, folks, if you were having a problem with the voting machine, report that to the people who are working there, and hopefully they're going to get that taken care of. And then additionally, if they found that the results seemed odd, well, then that's something that could hopefully be investigated with those additional physical records.
Great answer.
Yeah. And something interesting I'll just add, it's not a question, it's something that I found out and I thought was kind of interesting in interviewing Michael Dickerson, who runs the elections here in Mecklenburg County. I mean, he's just very accessible. And he just has a lot of information anytime we just want to ask him any little thing about elections.
Always around,
and he mentioned, because I did a verify on what sort of elements of your voter profile are public, and obviously how you vote is not public information, but there are a lot of other things that can be discovered about your voter profile, like, which party you're registered with and your address and whether you voted in a certain election. But he mentioned that they actually end up purging, at least in Mecklenburg County, a lot of the information about how people voted after 22 months. I think he said by law he's legally allowed to do that, and he does, because he doesn't want to complicate anything further. So I just thought that was an interesting point about backing up the system and how long they keep that stuff on file.
There are rules and laws that these folks follow. And I have to say thank you to our poll workers, our election judges, our volunteers. I can't imagine just the workload and really the effort that starts after the polls close. There's a lot of work that obviously happens before, but a lot of work that happens after. So we're getting a lot of these results to roll in. We'll check back with you soon, Chelsea.
Thank you.
And Ben is standing next to our touch board. Ben, what are these? What are we seeing in some of the precincts and some of the counties across North Carolina right now?
Yeah, Colin, I want to get to that because folks in the control room, we are now getting the early results from Mecklenburg County. So I want to make sure we get to that in just a minute. But first, as you well know, there's a popular vote here in the state of North Carolina and across the country, but then there's also the Electoral College. The Electoral College, of course, who decides who actually wins a presidential race. Here's a little bit of background information on that. And on the other side, we'll talk about some of those local results.
Why does the United States use the Electoral College to pick the president? The founding fathers were split. Should Congress choose the president or should it be left to the people? The use of electors was the solution. When you cast your vote for president, you're deciding which electors will represent your state. The number of electors in each state is determined by how many seats are in Congress that state has, and that number is based on the state's population. So, for example, let's look at California. Every state has 2 senators, so right off the bat, there's 2 electors. California is the most populous state and has 52 representatives in the House, so the Golden State gets 54 total electors. Whichever candidate wins, California will get all 54 electoral votes. There are 538 total electoral votes, 535 for the states, and 3 for the District of Columbia. 48 states are winner-take-all. Maine and Nebraska give 2 electoral votes to the statewide winner and 1 for the winner of each congressional district. A simple majority of 270 electoral votes is needed to win. If neither candidate gets 270, the House of Representatives will determine the president. But each state delegation, regardless of the number of electors, must vote as one. So there are only 50 votes up for grabs. The Senate will determine the vice president with a simple majority vote of all 100 senators. The popular vote winner has lost the Electoral College in 2 of the last 6 elections, and that has prompted calls to switch the popular vote system, but that requires a constitutional amendment.
Process here, folks learning a little bit more about the process here. We mentioned just a few moments ago Verify and the need to kind of look into misinformation, even just the processes that we're seeing at hand. So we want to get over to Casey Decker with our National Verify team. And so Casey, you're looking into votes that come in after Election Day.
Right. Well, we know that the timelines for when ballots are counted vary by state and county, and it's normal for the results not to be known the night of. It's normal for the results not to come in immediately. The timelines vary because there could be a number of different staffing levels from county to county even. You could have rural counties that are quicker because there are fewer ballots, or they could be quicker because there are more staffing relative to the number of ballots. And mail-in ballots also affect the timelines as well. As those ballots start to come in, those results come in later as well. Some states require that local elections offices certify their results as soon as the day after, but others, it can take weeks. So the final results we may not know right away, but it depends on the state and the county.
These results roll in and check back with you. Our Verify team watching these claims online right now in real time. We're going to go back to the big board with Ben. Ben, results rolling in. We got more.
That's right. Just before the 8 o'clock hour, we are getting our very first look at the votes here in Mecklenburg County. Of course, this is a big one. Before I even look at these races, though, keep in mind, folks, Mecklenburg County is very blue. So we do expect that a lot of these races are going to lean in the Democratic favor, just with that caveat. As of right now, with only 6% voting right now or counted at this point, Mecklenburg County, Kamala Harris with 69.5% of the vote here in Mecklenburg County. She's going to need to maintain that because at this point, Joe Biden had 67%, so he was just below her. Democrats want her outperforming that by quite a few percentage points in order for her to win the state of North Carolina, something that Joe Biden couldn't do. Let's go ahead and run through some of the other races just as they are in the very early stages being counted here in Mecklenburg County. The governor's race, no big surprise there. Stein with 76% of the vote here in Mecklenburg County. Lieutenant Governor Rachel Hunt, a native daughter here in Mecklenburg County, 70%. Attorney General. This is interesting in that both of these gentlemen represent Mecklenburg County. Jeff Jackson, a congressman from here, Dan Bishop, as well as a congressman, was county commissioner for Mecklenburg County back about 20 years ago as well. Jeff Jackson, a state senator back in the day for Mecklenburg County. So these are two homegrown talents that folks are watching. And then another big race we're talking about, public instruction. Maurice Green once worked for CMS, and then Michelle Morrow. Right now, no big surprise that Maurice Green would be leading here in Mecklenburg County, not only because he worked within CMS, but also because, again, it is a blue-leaning county. So those are our very first early indicators of how things are going here in the Charlotte area. This is mainly absentee ballots that are being counted, not even the early votes. These are the mail-in ballots that are being counted at this point. But our first glimmer of how things are going to be unfolding throughout the night. Colin, Vanessa, back over to you.
Yeah, some interesting stuff. And as we near 8 o'clock, we've got two other battleground states closing polls. We've got Michigan and Pennsylvania, which will be a big one. And in Michigan, there's 4 counties that'll close at 9 p.m. Eastern. So those delays and those results in Michigan could linger a little bit to this evening. But we'll see where things go.
Indeed. And as we here are on the top of the hour, we do want to welcome folks who might be just now joining us to our special coverage of Decision 2024 right here on WCNC Plus. I'm Vanessa Rufus alongside Colin Mayfield and Ben Thompson. And we've really been diving into some of the trends here, some of the results that have started to trickle in. Colin, as you mentioned, we have some polls that are newly closed now. All of the polls in the Carolinas have closed, even the 2 that we mentioned, Pilot Mountain in Burke County and Gardner School in Wilson County, that had some issues, and they were granted that 30-minute extension in North Carolina to keep their polls open. Those have now officially closed too.
Yeah, so those are the issues we're watching right now. Those results could be a little bit delayed, but we will see. So all day today, we've seen voters turning out in droves. Obviously, I drove past a couple South Carolina spots. There were some lines, but folks were getting in and out efficiently thanks to so many poll workers and volunteers that are doing this work. Sounds like from the folks that we've talked to and that have talked to us for the last couple of weeks, the economy is taking center stage for many people. Other issues include abortion, of course. It's the first presidential election since the overturning of Roe versus Wade. Women have been a big part of this in the early voting hours of the electorate, over 50% here in North Carolina.
That's right. And here in North Carolina, voters casting their support for who they want to lead the state next as governor as well. There are also vital races across the ballot, with every U.S. House seat up for grabs in this election, as well as the supermajority in the North Carolina General Assembly. All that at stake. Also, should mention right now at the 8 o'clock hour, we now have, folks, this is where it's going to start to get fun, because at this point, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, New Hampshire, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, all those polls closing in the last 2 minutes. And so this is where we'll start to get a big bulk of the returns in the next hour or two, and we'll start to see these races take shape.
That's right. And we actually have Nick Sturdivant standing by. Nick is following the presidential race here. So what are you seeing right now, Nick?
Yeah, about an hour ago, I told you about how both candidates were getting settled into their respective watch parties, with Kamala Harris at her alma mater in D.C. at Howard University, and then Donald Trump in the Palm Beach County Convention Center in Florida. But while they've been settling into their parties, they're both actively talking on social media right now, continuing to speak to voters. Both Harris and Trump are pushing for voters to stay in lines despite having to wait for hours at some. For example, although polls are closed here in North Carolina at App State University, there's currently a line to vote that poll workers say is hours long. But as long as voters stay in line, their vote will count. Now, looking at their social medias separately, Harris is also posting videos from her visit to D.C. today, where she spent some time speaking directly to voters at the DNC headquarters call center. Harris also called into radio shows from each of the 7 battleground states, including Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Georgia, Michigan, Arizona, and lastly here in North Carolina. Meanwhile, Trump has posted a number of things on Truth Social, which have been pulled over 2X. One of those posts saying there is, quote, massive cheating in Philadelphia. Now, according to NBC News, the city's DA responded by saying, quote, there's no factual basis whatsoever within law enforcement to support this wild allegation. If Donald J. Trump has any facts to support his wild allegations, we want them now. Now, earlier today, and we mentioned this earlier, Trump spoke to reporters at a polling site in Palm Beach, Florida, as he cast his ballot. He says he feels, quote, very confident about this election and is ready for any outcome as long as it's fair. Back to you guys.
All right, Nick, thank you so much. Looks like we have a projected win to mention here for South Carolina, Donald Trump.
Yeah, so this stuff just rolling in right now. We're also getting some other calls, so we'll get to that once we have confirmed these results right now. But obviously, there's a lot coming in, as you guys have talked about. There's a lot of states that are closing polls at 8 o'clock, so these results are going to roll in, and things are going to get busy.
That's right. That's right.
Busier.
Actually, I should say, just looking at the State Board of Elections website, we talked about how this race is going to be very dynamic and fluid out over the course of the next few hours. And we see that. I've got the numbers just in front of me right now. And right now, with a little more than 300,000 votes counted here in North Carolina, we've got Kamala Harris at 51% and Donald Trump at 47%. So we're seeing what we're going to see throughout the night, and a jockeying back and forth between the two camps. And just buckle up. That's how it's going to be for a few hours, probably.
Well, we've said it's going to be close, and it looks like it is. So Michelle Bowden is here watching everything on the national stage. There's been issues, whether it's been voting or maybe at some precincts across the United States. Let's check in with her right now to see what you're seeing in real time here, Michelle.
Yeah, Colin, voters in some states are already uneasy about whether their votes are actually going to count after some issues across the country. In Pennsylvania, officials there say a software glitch is to blame for some votes initially not being counted at a polling site in Cambria County, that's near Pittsburgh. Some of the voting machines couldn't scan ballots.
Then when I got home, I'm thinking, I've already voted. The reader wasn't working. So I don't trust that it's going to be done right. I'm sorry. This is so wrong on so many levels that every machine is broken. What is the matter with this?
We should point out leaders there say the glitch was quickly corrected and the ballots recounted. They say all is okay there now. Election officials in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, they're now recounting more than 30,000 absentee ballots. It's because doors on the ballot tabulators were not properly sealed. Officials say they do not believe any of the counted ballots were tampered with, but they're recounting them out of an abundance of caution. In Georgia, bomb threats caused delays in voting in 3 counties there. About an hour before polls were to close, officials in DeKalb County said they received bomb threats against 5 polling places. Officials in the overwhelmingly Democratic suburbs said voting had been suspended at those locations until police could confirm that there are indeed no bombs. County officials say they're seeking a court order to extend voting. That is routine in Georgia when a polling place is disrupted. Also there earlier today, polling places in Fulton and Gwinnett counties were also the target of bomb threats. They were found to be false. Now, we are continuing to keep an eye on things across the country. We will, of course, let you know as anything develops. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thank you for that. All right, let's head it back over to our map where things are getting really interesting, my friends, because we're starting to get some of those numbers in. Let's go back to the presidential race and get a sense for how things are shaping up. Last thing I checked with the state, a few 100,000 votes counted at this point. These are AP numbers we're getting, so these are going to lag a little bit behind that, but it still starts to give you some indication. You can see the board now starting to fill in. The gray counties don't have any totals yet because let's take you inside of how this all works. As of 7:30, those poll workers have to take those ballots and then drive them to their county board of elections. So that is why you see some of our more rural counties, like, for example, Randolph County or over here, Sampson County. Those poll workers have to drive, in some cases, an hour, in some cases more than that, to their county board of elections to actually physically hand those over to election directors. So we expect some of the more rural counties to take a little bit more time than, say, the Mecklenburg counties. So that's sort of an explainer of why there's a little bit of lag right there. A county to be watching, though, Cabarrus County. Right now, this is interesting. It's still very early on. Kamala Harris is in the lead right now with 58.5% of the vote. It's only interesting in that because, again, this is so early on, but it's interesting in that Donald Trump won this back 4 years ago. And if there's a bellwether in the state of North Carolina, if there's one county that could go one way or the other that has a big population base, it would be something like Cabarrus County because Donald Trump did 54% in 2020. In 2016, he did 59%. So you see a lessening of the gap between the two parties in a place like Cabarrus County. So it'll be interesting to see if Kamala Harris can maintain that throughout the night. It's not going to be easy, but that will be an interesting thing to watch. So up in Raleigh, we'll get a sense of how things go. Kamala Harris, no big surprise there. The Harris campaign, they've got to run up their numbers in these urban areas because that is where their base of supporters are. So if they can get them up in Raleigh and Wake County and in Durham County and in Orange County and then out in Buncombe County and Mecklenburg County, if they can get those numbers up and outperform how Joe Biden did 4 years ago, then they might see a victory like Barack Obama did back in 2008. But it's going to have to require that. If they don't meet that requirement, Vanessa and Colin, they can't win the state of North Carolina.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that, either campaign, right? They both had different ideas about how they're going to attack North Carolina. I think the vice president has been here more than 20 times since she's been the vice president. So that just underscores how important North Carolina is. So with these states, polls now closed, Donald Trump is the projected winner in these states. So we're going to go along here. South Carolina. So that is 9 electoral votes for the former president. Florida, with the polls closed there, not a surprise here. 30 electoral votes going to the former president as well. And then Mississippi coming in for the former president once again. 6 electoral votes to go along with that. And then not surprising, these 2 states also Alabama being projected for the former president at 9 electoral votes being added to his total. And Tennessee, our neighboring state, 11 electoral votes awarded to Mr. Donald Trump. So obviously things tallying up for him tonight.
And we are seeing Vice President Kamala Harris picking up some states as well. A projected winner for Rhode Island, 4 electoral votes expected to go her way. She is also projected to pick up Massachusetts and those 11 electoral votes. And then finally here, Connecticut and its 7 electoral votes. Let's get over to Ben Thompson now, standing by with our political expert.
That's right. I'm here with Chelsea Kaufman, a professor of politics over at Wingate. All right. So tell me, you follow this stuff for a living. You live and breathe this stuff. Anything that we've said over the course of the last hour that has surprised you?
I don't know if I've been so much surprised as it's nice to actually finally hear some things, right? There's been so much uncertainty going into this election. And so, for example, you all were talking about, okay, how is Harris or Trump doing in Cabarrus County, right?
Yeah.
And so it's nice to start to see, okay, yeah, it's really early. We don't know all the results yet, but will she be able to maintain the slight edge there or not? Right. And so that's one of the things that I think will be really interesting to see is just as the results come in tonight, what will we learn with how much uncertainty there has been coming into the election?
Because I assume, talking to other folks and other experts like yourself, that this election in a place like North Carolina is going to be won in the margins, in that you're not going to, Donald Trump's not going to flip Mecklenburg County, and Kamala Harris is probably not going to flip Caldwell County, but it's going to be the margins of places in Cabarrus County where she might not win, but she's going to get close enough and bring those numbers up, or she's going to bring up the numbers in Mecklenburg County, and that's how either she will win or that's how he will end up winning.
Exactly. And so that's one of the things we really have to look at is, okay, if a candidate last time won a county by like 55%, but this time they only win it by 52%, that 3% of the voters in that county, especially with certain counties like that have had population growth, that can make a huge difference in the margins when we're coming down to a percentage point or 2 across the whole state for determining the election.
What do you think about Donald Trump? Narrowly won this. It was his closest victory with only 1% of the vote. I think 75,000. You take a few thousand in each county, 100 counties. That's all it takes.
Exactly. And that is so important to keep in mind is I think that people, they sometimes think, oh, well, Trump won North Carolina. But if you only win North Carolina by 70,000 votes, and then there's a few votes from each county, and then with how much movement there's been into the state, around the state, it's very curious about how 70,000 people will vote this time.
We talk about so much about Gen Z and how they're going to vote. You spend every single day with them. Tell me, what can you glean from interacting with Gen Z on a daily basis and talking to them about their concerns, their frustrations, their hopes, their dreams?
Yes. So I think that this is An interesting question, because earlier I mentioned that a lot of young voters are the unaffiliated voters. Of course, there's older unaffiliated voters too, but a lot of what I see in students is just a frustration with the polarization, with the parties, with the labels applied to them. And they want to just be able to, focus on policy and things like that. And they're a really engaged group. Like, yes, older voters are still going to vote more often than them, but I'm really proud to see that many young people are voting at a higher rate than people my age did when we were their age. And I think they're a very engaged group. They're really concerned about the divides in our country. And, you know, I asked my students yesterday, who do you think is going to win? And they were 50-50, just like the polls.
Wow, exactly. Some wisdom there,
Yeah.
for sure. All right, Professor, thanks. All right, Colin, Vanessa, back over to you.
All right, guys. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the governor's race. It's been an interesting race. I mean, obviously, Stein, the state attorney general, Mark Robinson, the lieutenant governor. So it's been an interesting battle. It was very close early on in this election year. Things have widened quite respectively if you look at the polls. Obviously, we know there can be issues there, but it is an interesting race to watch. A lot of Democrats and Republicans are looking at this to see how North Carolina might go, and other states that are closely battleground states as well.
Yeah, it is interesting to see the polling. You mentioned how it was wide, at least with one of the recent polls that we saw. WRAL was reporting, I think it was a 15-point lead by Stein over Robinson. We did hear, you know, our crews had been talking to both candidates because we have live team coverage, and of course we have candidates stationed at each camp, and it sounded like both candidates, as you alluded to, kind of skeptical of that it would be that wide.
Right.
So that it will be interesting to see how that plays out, if it does play out, or if we do finding that, you know, the polling is kind of overstating a lead. Yeah. So Julie Kay, speaking of reporters standing by with camps, we've got her covering Josh Stein. It looks like there's a little bit more activity, as we could see in the preview monitor down here. So Julie, how's it going?
You're coming to me right as NBC is projecting the winner to be Josh Stein. So this is an early call from NBC News. You're watching it happen right now. I'll actually step out of frame so you can see people. They are quite active. Now, this is not necessarily a shocker, as you've mentioned, of course. The polls are showing a double-digit lead for Stein. So this is not a huge shocker, but it is definitely an optimistic start for the Democratic Party here in North Carolina. And I already talked to Josh Stein's campaign manager earlier today, and this is the kind of optimism that he was hoping to bring to the campaign and bring to North Carolinians. And you can listen to this soundbite where he talks about how different this campaign was from Mark Robinson's.
You know, look, we're cautiously optimistic about the outcome of this race. We have built this race on a clear choice for North Carolinians. One, Josh Stein, vision for a safer, stronger North Carolina. Mark Robinson, on the other hand, has built his vision around one of hate and divisiveness, fighting job-killing culture wars. And so we're hopeful that the voters of North Carolina are going to send a clear message that that kind of extremism isn't welcome in the state, and that they're going to choose that vision of safer, stronger North Carolina and moving forward.
That was Jeff Allen. That was Stein's campaign manager. I talked to him about a couple hours ago before this news just came in that Josh Stein was called to be the winner. And I also asked him about priorities. If Stein is to be elected, what is the first thing he would do? Now, Stein has talked repeatedly about wanting to break the supermajority, and I said that being elected governor is the first of many steps to bring balance back to Raleigh and break that supermajority in the legislature. But of course, Allen is saying their first priority is going to bring support to Western North Carolina in the wake of Hurricane Helene. Back to you.
All right, Julie Kay, thank you for that.
It's been a big discussion about Western North Carolina, right? Maybe the charge.
And it will continue to be, let's be honest, for months to come.
Turn out.
Again, though, the big first race of the night called, NBC News calling the governor's race here in North Carolina for Josh Stein. Not a big surprise, but up until today, we heard Mark Robinson say the polls weren't right.
Well, he's been asking people to focus on the actual race, the policy, but it's been hard, obviously, when what's been lingering and the cloud that's kind of overshadowed his campaign. So obviously it looks like the polls were right in that respect.
It was, and we saw this play out on the campaign trail that some of his fellow Republicans started abandoning him. And I think that once that started happening, it made it harder for him to make the case. Let's go out to Julia Kaufman. She is covering Robinson. It is warning going to be a very decidedly different atmosphere where she is than where Julie was just a moment ago. Give us a lay of the land there.
Hey guys, it's really quiet here in the main event room of Robinson's watch party, but his supporters, his campaign staff, they're in the other room socializing, I believe, to be a cocktail hour. And we think this room will be really reserved for speeches. We have a ton of news partners in this room who have heard, of course, the race being called for Attorney General Josh Stein. Now, one thing to look at here is both campaigns, Stein and Robinson, said they think the polls might not be as accurate, as in they think it'll be a much closer race than what the polls called for. So that's what we'll be watching now, as Stein is the projected winner. How far behind will Robinson trail in those numbers? Will he catch up and kind of close that gap, or will it be a 15-point, 20-point trail behind as those polls showed? So supporters were really holding on to hope. We spoke with his lead campaign chief strategist earlier, who said they were feeling optimistic because of strong turnout in the rural areas, for strong support in western North Carolina, but of course the tune will now be changing. He also told us earlier, despite the results, win or lose, that Robinson was prepared to accept the results from tonight's campaign. So we're hoping to hear from him soon. We're expecting him to make some sort of speech, and we'll be asking him, of course, what's next for him after we see these results certified later on. For now, we'll wait for that speech and for more information, and we'll send it back to you guys for now.
All right, Julia, thank you so much. Yeah, so let's go ahead and check in with the numbers. Any guesses what we're going to see?
I think we're probably going to see positive numbers for Josh Stein.
There you go. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and see.
Right.
We'll see what the big board has in store for us. Okay, so this is already set up here for, let's see, yep, it's set up on the governor's race here. So we see here with about 500,000 votes coming in for the state of North Carolina, Josh Stein with quite the lead here. So he's coming in with 58% of the votes, 292,772 votes coming in for him. Mark Robinson trailing behind by more than six figures, 37.7% of the vote. Let's go ahead and check and see some of the trends that we are seeing around the state. So, of course, we've got Mecklenburg County, which we know that would expect to go pretty heavily for Josh Stein. So it seems that he is getting 76% of the vote there. Out in the Raleigh area, which we've also expected to see a big lead, 78.8%. Out towards Durham, 87.8%. Chatham County, close to 80% of the vote, and about 82% of the vote in Orange County. Some of the counties we are seeing with Mark Robinson picking up a majority. We've got him with a very slight edge in Rowan County. I mean, 0.3% percentage points here. So that's a super close one that Mark Robinson just barely has the edge out here. Out in the Asheville area, we see a whole lot of blue, of course, which we would expect kind of for that center area around the Asheville Center City, Buncombe County, McDowell County. We do see Mark Robinson with a heftier lead out there. So, yeah, we do see overall with the larger picture here, quite a large lead for Josh Stein. Of course, we can go ahead and check in with this as we get more results. We'll send it back to the news desk. Ben and Colin, y'all are going to be checking in with some of the big topics that we're seeing here today.
Yeah, and I think Stein's campaign, right? They're not surprised by this.
They're not surprised by this, but I want to urge caution among Democrats out there who are wanting to read a lot into this, because if you look at the early reports, I mean, Stein had such a decisive lead in some of these early votes compared to Robinson. But if you go down some of those other statewide races, whether I'm looking at Attorney General, Lieutenant Governor, Auditor, Commissioner of Ag, Insurance, Labor, all these other statewide Council of State races. Yeah. Right now, Democrats are winning those races, but nothing by the margins that Josh Stein is winning them by. Yeah. So it appears Josh Stein is going to be the next governor of North Carolina. I don't know that we can glean anything else beyond that on some of these other statewide races.
Yeah, some of the other races are going to be pretty close, it seems. Tight. It seems. So, Tanisha Wood, we're going to check in with Caitlin Hagwood, who is in the same place as the Josh Stein camp. They are in Raleigh. It's the North Carolina Democratic Party. It seems like it is a very jovial mood right now, Caitlin.
Well, yeah, it certainly is after the AP projected Attorney General Josh Stein to win this race. Ben said you can't glean anything from it. The Democrats here beg to differ. They're hoping that this is going to be a blue wave, as they say, and be just a night of success with Vice President Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket. They say and feel that has really energized voters in North Carolina. And money talks. You can just think about the investment that has been put into this state since she was put at the top of the ticket. $2.7 million raised in Mecklenburg County alone. They went from just a couple dozen staffers to having more than 5,000 staffers in Mecklenburg County, hoping to turn the tide on a state that had gone Republican since 2008 when Obama won. So they're certainly hoping to turn the tide and win this state that could be very critical for the Trump campaign to win. Now let's talk about the down ballot races. We talked about the Attorney General's race, of course, the NBC News calling that race for Attorney General Josh Stein. But there are several other races that we're watching, including the State Superintendent of Education. That race has actually gained national attention now because of some inflammatory comments made by Republican nominee Michelle Murrow. Mo Green is a Democrat running for that particular position. He has a long history in public education. He's worked in some of the largest districts in North Carolina, including CMS. He's worked as a superintendent and both a deputy superintendent as well. This room has just really blown up with people and energy in the last hour or so. And since the polls closed, of course, a lot of folks really hoping, a little bit nervously awaiting to see what happens next. To Ben's point, this is energizing, right, when you see something going in the win column, but they are certainly aware that may not be the case for the full night. So everyone's just sort of on the edge of the seat, hoping that the investments that have been made, the money that has been poured into the state is going to work in their favor. Reporting live here in Raleigh, Caitlin Hagwood, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, Kaylin, thank you so much. We want to join again here with Chelsea Kaufman, political science professor over at Wingate. And so obviously just coming off this big result here with the North Carolina governor's race, any insights you want to add into what you're seeing with the numbers and maybe trends overall that it might spell for the state or not?
Yeah, so I think that right now, obviously, we only have a small percentage of the votes in, but obviously they were able to call the race. And you can see some of what is expected, that while Stein has right now a double-digit lead, we'll see exactly how that pans out in the final count. We also see in a lot of the other council of state races, as we mentioned before, those down ballot effects of there's more Democratic votes as of the current results, but not as much as a gap, right? So it's not a double-digit gap. And so I'll be very curious to see how that compares, because in the presidential race, so Trump has received a lot more votes than Robinson has, tens of thousands more. And so it's possible this could be having some up ballot effect, but it doesn't seem like quite as much.
Interesting. I know I had mentioned this about an hour ago, gerrymandered districts. You were talking about impacts, right? Yes. So I've got to talk about this because the governor's race, obviously widely known, widely respected, and very well watched. All these other races, though, maybe aren't necessarily, whether it's for the U.S. House or the House there in Raleigh. I think a lot of folks maybe need a bit to remind themselves that some of these maps look very different than they did 2, 4, 6 years ago. Can you talk a little bit about why that is? And it sounds like no matter who's in power in Raleigh, those districts change. Why is that?
Yes. So after every census, each of the states, if they have had a change in their number of representatives, is going to redraw the districts. Right. And so North Carolina, of course, did. And there was then a court case over this. And to be clear, these districts are drawn by the state legislature. And so if the state legislature is controlled by the Republican Party, they're going to try to draw their districts in a way that's going to benefit Republicans and make it easier for them to win re-election in certain districts. And vice versa, if the state legislature were to be controlled by Democrats, this happens in many other states that they do the same thing. And so one of the reasons we've had so many different maps in North Carolina is, I mentioned there was Supreme Court cases, state Supreme Court cases that struck them down. And so they had redrawn the maps as of 2022 in such a way that whenever we voted in that election, it came out to exactly 7 Democrats and 7 Republicans for the state. Our predicted outcomes here, because of the way the districts have been redrawn by the Republican state legislature, is that there are 10 districts expected to be Republican, 3 districts expected to be Democratic, and one that's very competitive. And with the House, the U.S. House, being so competitive, a razor-thin margin between Republicans and Democrats, that House district could help to determine who's in control of the U.S. Congress.
And obviously that impacts what will happen locally and then nationally as well. I guess my follow-up question, if I may, is what is the end-all be-all for this? Because obviously we could have a legislature that turns again, potentially, and we don't want to go down this road. And it seems other states are having these issues too. It's not just a North Carolina problem, right? So what may be, I guess, the end-all be-all? Can we figure out a solution for both parties so that we can make it a little more fair? Is that a fair question?
Yeah, so what some states have done, although of course this may not necessarily be what every state wants to adopt, is they have adopted independent redistricting commissions where you're going to have people coming together from both parties and sometimes even unaffiliated people as well in order to have input on drawing these district maps so that there's not so much partisan influence on it.
Gotcha.
Right? But then you may have the question of, well, these are unelected officials. And so that's why I say some people may not be as comfortable with it, but that is a solution that some states have done.
Okay. So we'll have to see where it goes from here.
Yes.
Well, and I mean, the interesting thing, I think a lot of folks go, well, like, why is this allowed? Like, why does this continue? And I think people might be really surprised to find that, you know, gerrymandering is allowed. And it's really when you get into nuances of like how the gerrymandering impacts certain voting groups that you might start to see these maps get into trouble at that point. Yeah.
Yes, and exactly, because I mentioned before that the state Supreme Court and also at various times in the past, the U.S. Supreme Court have struck down these various maps. And so on the one hand, it is legal to say, okay, I think this area will have more Republicans, or I think this area will have more Democrats. Let's try to draw the district around there. But there can also be state constitutional provisions about trying to keep together communities of interest. Or this could be done in a way that in the past it maybe has disenfranchised groups of like African American voters. And then that's where you get into legal trouble because of course you can't be doing that under US like federal law. And so what you're going to end up with is this can be very confusing to people because is this the legal type of gerrymandering where they're just sort of guessing or hoping that their party will win? Or is this the type that's violating state constitutions or federal law?
Especially as we get into these really well-spent elections. I mean, more than $1 billion was raised in just a month on one side. So it's a serious game out there, that's for sure.
All right. We have more to check in with here, Austin Walker. And so I know Ben is standing by to get more details from Austin. Let's send it over to Ben right now.
Yeah, Vanessa, Colin, so glad you guys are talking about that because redistricting, I always say, is probably the least sexy but most important topic that we don't talk enough about. It's when lawmakers are picking their voters instead of the voters picking their lawmakers. So I'm glad to hear us talk more about it. All right, there is no probably busier, more exciting place to be right now than the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections. Austin Walker's there. He is our man on the ground. Austin, you got your ear to the situation there. Where do we stand with the vote counting? What's the update there?
Yeah, so I think when I first last talked to you, I talked about Act 1, which was the voting and actually, casting your ballot. This is Act 2, which is, I think, more exciting. It shows you actually coming to the elections office. We actually talked to some of the volunteers here, which walked us through exactly what they're doing right now. So each car represents a precinct, and they are dropping off those ballots from the voting location from earlier today. Now, inside this black tub, you see the elements that we're talking about. So, for example, this is precinct 119. Inside of it, it has a couple things. One, the flash drive. This is a very important thing. Michael Dickerson, who is the Board of Elections Director, talks about election integrity and election security. So basically, it's all the ballots that people use today uploaded onto one flash drive and given in this red bag. But that does not just mean that it's just that. It has the voting, the computers, and finally, what we're also talking about, the ballots itself. So they'll get all these things from the car in the black bin, and that bin gets rolled inside and checked in. So that flash drive goes to the location to make sure it is exactly tabulated and it goes towards that total. When it comes to the actual paper ballots, those do not get destroyed. They get put into a warehouse because they say in the slight chance that there needs to be a recount, they still have those ballots in hand. But to walk you through one more time, those cars will drive up, check back in at the back end of the parking lot, and at your seeing right now, things will be unloaded into this black bin. In those red bags, very important documents from the precinct papers to the ballots themselves, and the flash drive that has those ballots on hand. You know, we've been out here for about 30 minutes, and we're really seeing those cars just kind of pile in really quickly, and it shows you how much this is ramping up in this area. Because again, Mecklenburg County really does stretch a long ways. It goes up to Davidson, down to Pineville, and then east to west. So we're seeing a lot of turnout at this point, and they expected like this is going to be a pretty busy time because again, the polls closed at 7:30. It is now, what is it, 8:30 at this point. So an hour after polls close, we're seeing that movement towards the elections office. So again, we're seeing a lot of movement out here. All these volunteers really just working and trying to make sure everybody is having a secure, safe election, and it's really systematic out here. They're a well-oiled machine, but like you said, Ben, it is really exciting out here to see how it all comes to fruition. But we'll be back out here tonight giving you the latest details, so stick with us.
All right, Austin, thank you. Yeah, so as we're nearing 9 o'clock now, more states going to be closing their polls. The battleground state that we're looking for at 9 is Arizona and Wisconsin. And obviously, in Wisconsin, they're recounting 30,000 votes, so results could be delayed, at least in Milwaukee County there, which is the biggest county in Wisconsin. So it's exciting, guys. We're seeing a lot of these results come in real time and finally seeing something.
Yeah, we should be, well, up in Milwaukee and Arizona, it might still be a while before we're getting firm numbers.
Right.
We should, now that it's 8:34, be getting firmer numbers when it comes to places like Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, because now polls have been closed for an hour, hour and a half, depending on which states. So we're only going to get more accurate information as we go through the night. Just looking right now, the current situation here in North Carolina, again, limited viewpoint, but it's Kamala Harris 49.6% versus Donald Trump 49.1%. An indicator of how tight this thing's going to be, and it's going to be tight throughout the night.
And we just got some calls. If you'd say that again, Neil, I think Kamala. Yes, Donald Trump, there you go.
Oh, with Arkansas, yeah, picking up 6 electoral votes as a projection there.
And I think Kamala Harris projected winner here in New Jersey with 14 electoral votes. Interesting stuff there. Not really sure if I guess the campaigns are surprised about New Jersey or not, but there it is. So
those are important, but
14.
But no surprises there so far. No surprises among who's won what states. It's expected that Kamala Harris will easily win a state like New Jersey, and that Donald Trump will win a state like Arkansas. So the first ones are going to probably be Georgia, North Carolina. That's going to be probably the more interesting races that we'll first learn about. That might give us a clue of how the night's going to proceed.
We haven't talked much about the House District 105 race here in Mecklenburg County, which is obviously Tricia Cotham. So very
the most interesting local race there is.
Yeah, especially for me, right?
Very
That's
fascinating.
crazy. I mean, a lot of folks, you saw some of the ads.
Well, there's intrigue, right?
Yeah,
That's what it is.
especially with the Cotham family, I think.
There's a lot of intrigue there. Cotham family, a well-known name here in Mecklenburg County for going back for decades. And of course, Tricia Cotham switched after being a longtime Democrat. 3 months after running last time, switched, and a lot of controversy that came along with that.
Yeah.
We'll see where those races go.
Jesse here, down in York County for us. Jesse, what are you seeing there?
Well, overall, this is described as the calm before the storm now that the polls have closed at 7 o'clock. And I'm going to bring in Allison Mallard, who is everything York County and elections here. So talk to me about early voting here in York County and the turnout.
Well, this was our first presidential early voting, so we didn't really know exactly what to expect, but we were delighted with the results. We had almost 100,000 of our voters come out, which really had an impact on how today went, because the more voters who had come through and cast their ballots, the fewer there were today who were, needed to cast their ballots.
And now that the polls are closed, what is the percentage? How many people came out to vote?
So right now, the unofficial numbers are about nearly 145,000 people, so about 65%.
And is that a good roundabout there?
It is. I think maybe the weather had a little bit to do with it today. Weather impacts so much of what we do, so, I don't know, could we have gotten 5% more if it hadn't rained, maybe?
Now, what is going on now? I see there's a lot of screens behind us. We'll step out of the way over here so Will can kind of show us what we're looking at. The polls are closed, and what's happening now?
So the election process is transparent and public, and so we try to allow everybody to see as many pieces and parts that are occurring with our camera view. So you can see our clerks coming in with the equipment and the ballots. You can see how it's loaded in. You see where it's in the storage area. And then we actually have our results room. So it's a lot of activity right now. And it'll get there. There's 100 of the precincts that have to bring all their items in.
Absolutely. And then the work doesn't stop today. We have those. And we'll come back in right here.
So tomorrow what we'll do is review all of the provisional ballots, which are people who are allowed to vote even if they didn't meet all of the qualifications. Say somebody didn't bring an ID.
For sure.
So we'll have to verify something like that, and they have an opportunity to bring their IDs with us so that it does qualify. Then on Friday, our board will meet and we'll have a public hearing, and all of the provisionals will be determined whether or not they met the qualification to be counted.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for all of that breakdown. I know you have a lot of work ahead. So as you heard, a lot of moving parts here, and we will be here for a little bit longer and just kind of watching in as the results will be put here in York County, and they have all, again, their screens, and they'll be posting their results here. So sending it back to you live in York County, Jessie Pierre, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, Jessie, thank you so much. So we've been talking about some of these results coming in. We are seeing there are a couple precincts where they might actually be delayed much more than we would expect, just based on when the polls close. In North Carolina, we had talked about earlier in this stream how Burke County and Wilson County each had one precinct where they were delayed in getting things going on the start of the day today. And so it sounds like around 8:30, which is obviously we've surpassed that at this point, they were kind of projecting to start to get results in due to those delays. I think they're still reporting 0 precincts for each of those counties, though.
And it sounds like they wanted to extend time. Obviously, they want folks to get their vote or the voices heard and to make sure those votes are cast in an authoritative way and are correctly done. So let's check in with Nate Morabito, who's watching a little bit more of this. You're investigating these two issues in these two precincts here. What more do we know, Nate, at this hour?
Well, I can tell you, I was just texting with the spokesperson for the State Board of Elections, who told me there really is nothing else to report since earlier today when those two precincts had to extend their voting times. We're talking about 2 precincts in this entire state had to extend voting today, which is kind of unheard of when you think about it. Like 4 years ago, there were 10, today 2, and it seems like things have gone overall fairly seamlessly, which is great to know. That being said, the preparation was there. You know, the U.S. Department of Justice has sent out monitors, both from the U.S. Attorney's Office and from the federal agency, to kind of keep tabs on these polling places. SROs, I was told from CMPD, were at polling sites throughout the day just to beef up security. I also know that the District Attorney, Spencer Merriweather, his office had attorneys available monitoring situations in case they were needed today. And I know it's still early in the night, but the voting part is done. And from what we're hearing, there were no major issues, not only here, but across the state. You know, we saw some reporting from the student newspaper at Appalachian State of really long lines, you know, upwards of 4 hours earlier today in Boone. But the newspaper is also reporting that the polls closed there. So, you know, other than some long lines, I know early voting in Mecklenburg County, there were quite a few complaints about people passing that 50-foot buffer area. But overall, in an election where the election director basically said across North Carolina, the thought is meet or exceed voting totals from 2020. To have just 2 precincts with major issues just is unbelievable, but also a great sign that, you know, people are doing what's right and that our systems hopefully are working.
Well, Nate, and as you kind of alluded to, 80+ million people cast their votes early. 55% plus of the electorate here in North Carolina were women. So that just underlines how important it was to get out and vote, especially for women in this election, depending on obviously what the issues were that they were going out. So we'll see how that plays out.
We quickly want to let folks know watching here on WCNC Plus that we're about to do a live cut-in on NBC.
That's right.
So we're going to be gone for just a few moments.
Be shifting things a little bit, but obviously you see some of the results scrolling on your screen, and we'll be back. Our streaming coverage will continue as these results roll in. We've got many races that we are watching at this hour. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Welcome, everyone, to special coverage of Decision 2024 right here on WCNC Charlotte. I'm Vanessa Rufus alongside Colin Mayfield and Ben Thompson. Tonight, an historic moment for the Carolinas and the country.
And we're keeping a close eye on the presidential race, of course, but there is a lot happening in our own backyard.
That's right. We have crews across the state of North Carolina, including two tracking the governor's race. Let's start live with WCNC Charlotte's Julie Kay. She's with the Josh Stein campaign. Julie, that campaign getting some really solid news in the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, we are waiting any second now to hear from the projected Governor Josh Stein. NBC making that call within the last 30 minutes, and we are waiting to hear him speak. His campaign telling me it is any minute now. We'll likely hear from State Party Chair Anderson Clayton first, and then Governor Roy Cooper will likely introduce Stein. And I've also talked to Stein's campaign manager, Jeff Allen, about what his priorities will be now that he's projected. And Stein has repeatedly said breaking the supermajority and that winning this governor's race is the first step on that very long path to bring balance back to Raleigh, but of course also bringing support to Western North Carolina. And we're going to be here through that speech, both the current governor and next governor, Roy Cooper, and we'll bring that to you next. Back to you at the desk.
All right, Julie Kay, thank you for that. Let's go over to the map, why don't we, to give you a sense of where the numbers stand right now. And this is really what's interesting right now. The governor's race, we'll pull that up real quick right now. This is where things stand right now, 53% of the vote. But again, NBC News calling this for Josh Stein, an early indication of good news for Democrats. Let's go through some of the races real quickly as they stand right now with 23% estimated total vote. Donald Trump right now with 53% of the vote. We have seen this go back and forth. Here locally, if there's a little bit of good news for Kamala Harris, it's right here in Cabarrus County, where right now she's winning with 51.5% of the vote. 4 years ago, Donald Trump won that, and he won it even more decidedly 4 years before that in 2016. When it comes to some of the other races real quickly, Lieutenant Governor Rachel Hunt, a native daughter here to the Charlotte area, winning right now. Attorney General Jeff Jackson with 55%. Public instruction, a race a lot of folks are watching us right now, Maurice Green winning. But I will say a cautionary tale. Right now, Josh Stein's doing really, really well, outperforming the numbers. Still too early to tell if some of those other state Democratic races are going to be consistently doing that well as well. Back to you guys over at the desk.
Fascinating to watch those numbers come in, and it sounds like if she can hold on to Cabarrus County, we will obviously see where the night goes, but that might be a good indication for the Harris campaign if Cabarrus County does go her way.
Well, and Ben mentioned this, just the cautionary tale of, just waiting for more of these results to come in the meantime, because we are seeing, the governor's race in North Carolina being a much different type of race than other ones that we're seeing across the state and even on a national scale. So, of course, we'll keep an eye on that. We're going to go ahead and just remind folks that we will continue to bring folks live coverage of the results as they come in. All of these races have projections and calls made. We'll have that on WCNC Plus, and we'll be streaming all evening long. We want to get back over to Ben Thompson. You are watching some of the other races that we've been keeping an eye on.
That's right. The presidential race, the governor's race, it gets all the attention. But folks, when it comes to health care, when it comes to your kids' education, when it comes to traffic you sit in, your local representatives are the ones making a lot of these big decisions. And of course, there's a supermajority right here in North Carolina. These are the local races that are going to decide it. Right now in Harrisburg, Diamond State and Williams holding on to her lead. She flipped this district last time. We'll see if she can hold on to it. And then down in the southern part, or this is actually up in the northern part of Mecklenburg County, up in Cornelius, Beth Helfrich right now with a very commanding lead, 62%. We'll see if she can keep that. And then, folks, all eyes on the big one of them all, Nicole Sidman, Tricia Cotham. If you've lived here anytime, you know what a controversial race this is. Tricia Cotham, former Democrat, switched a few months after she ran last time. We'll see what happens here. This is the supermajority General Assembly at risk here. Back to you guys over at the desk.
All right, and a reminder, we're streaming live as the results come in over on WCNC Plus. The North Carolina State Director elections telling us that he will have the bulk of the results between 9:30 and 11. We will be here for that.
And welcome back to our live coverage here on WCNC Plus. Thanks for joining us after we took a quick break to be over on our broadcast channel, WCNC.com. All right, we're here. The numbers are coming in, and we're seeing what we've talked about now for the better part of the last year. Let's start with the presidential race. Looks like Donald Trump right now in North Carolina is in the lead right now. It's switched back and forth. But it looks like there's still some promising news for Kamala Harris in places like Cabarrus County, where traditionally Republicans have done well.
Right. And so that's exactly what we're going to want to look at is the margins in places like that. If this state was, when I looked at the polling average this morning, it was less than 1 percentage point in favor of Trump. And so if you have just a tiny shift in an area in the direction of Harris, that could spell good news for Democrats. However, if maybe Trump is picking up votes in more rural areas across the states, then that could be positive for the Republicans. And so we're really going to need to look at how they're performing compared to their past performance. Are they outperforming in certain areas and picking up enough votes from that in order to change the outcome of the state? Because, yeah, I've been watching the results roll in as well, and it keeps going back and forth.
All right. We are now joined by another analyst. We've got a plethora of them. We're lucky to have you both. Chase, down at University of South Carolina. Let me ask you, you've been watching the results come in. From your vantage point so far, what do you see as the headline here?
Well, what I see is Trump's improvement in rural areas. So looking at the Carolinas as well as states throughout the nation, we see in rural areas in most states, Trump improving his margins by a few points, not a landslide, but improving where he was in 2020 by a few points, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. And that's being seen nationwide. Harris so far has not been improving under Biden's margins in the rural areas. So the big question is going to be what's going to happen in the suburban and urban counties where we still don't have a lot of numbers yet to know how much better she may or may not improve upon Biden from.
And Chase, give us some indication when it comes to some of the races outside the presidential race. You surprised how early the Josh Stein race was called?
I'm not surprised at all. Based on polling, it seemed pretty clear that he would be the victor. So this is not surprising, especially research shows that when candidates are marred in scandal, particularly some of the scandals that have gone around the Republican candidate, Mark Robinson, those things typically don't do well. Candidates on average lose about 6 points in Senate races for scandals. And then for governor's races, they typically lose more. So given that you are always going to have a competitive governor's race, this amount of scandal, it's no surprise that he's lost as many points as he has.
Do you think there's going to be down ballot ramifications when it comes to the other council of state, whether it's attorney general, whether it's labor commissioner, or do you think we can't assume that at this point?
It's too hard to tell. According to political science research, there is some down ballot effect for how well the president does. But when it comes to how much impact the governor's race has on these lower ballot races, there's not a lot of evidence that it does have much impact. My guess is however well Harris or Trump does in winning North Carolina, that'll have a much bigger impact on these lower ballot races than the Stein-Robinson governor's race.
All right, Professor, stay put. Professor, you stay put as well. Going to be interesting to see the down ballot or up ballot effects that the presidential race might have. We'll talk to you both more coming up throughout the night. All right, Colin and Vanessa, back over to you.
All right, Ben, thank you so much. We're approaching the top of the hour, so we just want to welcome any new folks who might be joining the stream here on WCNC Plus. This is our special coverage of Decision 2024. It's been interesting. Ben was just alluding to this. You know, we've already had some races called in the Carolinas, and one of them was the governor's race in North Carolina with NBC making a projection for Josh Stein. We saw the AP projecting President Trump to take the state of North Carolina in its electoral votes. So we are starting to see some results, and we'll of course have more as we go on throughout the evening.
And there's many more rolling in. Looks like Michigan is rolling in, Georgia obviously starting to roll in. So there are a lot of decisions here being made, and obviously more effort ongoing to count count these votes up. And as we near 9 o'clock, there's 2 battleground states that will close, Arizona and Wisconsin. Obviously, we've been talking about Wisconsin with some of the recounts that are happening. And Michelle Bowden is here, so we'll talk to her in just a second about that. Ben Thompson's joining us. Ben, I know it's not necessarily dark and early like you're used to, but it is right. Dark at night. So it's great to have you because you've spoken to a lot of these candidates who are in these statewide races as well. So it's good to have that.
Yeah, we've made an effort over the last couple of months to talk to some of these people because, if you're not the governor race or the presidential race, sometimes you get drowned out. And so it's so important. We talk about it all the time, but we can't say it enough. These local races matter to our daily lives. And they might not be the sexiest, they might not be the most exciting, but they decide your taxes, they decide zoning issues if it's a local race, they decide things like abortion, they decide things like healthcare. So they're so important. So it's been vital to make sure that we get these on air. Nick Sturvett, he's standing by. He's been following both the Harris campaign and the Trump campaign. He's joining us right now, I believe. Is Nick joining us? Nick, what's the latest?
Hey, you guys. Yeah, we're continuing to keep our eye on developments with both campaigns. Both campaigns very adamant about voters staying in line as polls continue to close across the country in some critical battleground states. Now, we are also getting some new images in from both watch parties. This is a look at Harris's watch party, where thousands of supporters gathering and watching the results come in at her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C. And this is the first time a presidential election watch party is being held on a college campus. Now, earlier today, she spent some time speaking directly to voters at the DNC headquarters call center. Harris also called into radio shows from each of the 7 battleground states. There's a look at Harris's watch party again at Howard University. But again, she called into radio shows from each of the 7 battleground states, including here in North Carolina, where it remains a tight race. It's been mentioned earlier. Now, let's take a look at Trump's campaign watch party, which is happening right now as we speak at the Palm Beach County Convention Center in Florida. A ton of supporters like Harris's campaign coming out there to watch the results as they come in. Earlier today, Trump spoke to reporters at a polling site in the Palm Beach, Florida, as he cast his ballot. His wife, Melania, joining him there. As Trump says, he feels, quote, very confident, even posting on X countdown so when polls close in states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Iowa, and you guys, as the night progresses, we expect both candidates to continue to use their social media platforms, to get their messages out. Back to you guys.
Nick, all right, thanks. There's clearly a lot we don't know at this point of the evening, coming on 9 o'clock. But we do know one thing. We do know Josh Stein is going to be the next governor of North Carolina, which is a big thing to say, at 9 o'clock when there's so much we don't know. That is one race we do know. Yeah. We do know who our next governor is going to be, which is a big deal. And it looks like in some of the other races that we were talking about, right, with the districts being drawn differently, there's just no competition in some of the other races. So it is sliding the way that we expect it to in some of these U.S. House of Representative races. So we will get to those. You'll see those scrolling on the bottom of your screen. There's been a lot of talk, though, about issues. There's some bomb threats that have been out there, misinformation. This is happening in some key battleground states as well. So we've got folks watching that at this hour.
Yeah, Michelle Bowden has been keeping an eye on some of these national headlines. Michelle's here now. What are you seeing rising to the top as far as issues or any other storylines?
Yeah, Vanessa, there have been a handful of issues cropping up in Georgia, in Pennsylvania, also in Wisconsin. This includes bomb threats and disinformation. But tonight, senior officials at the Federal Cybersecurity Agency say there are no major incidents and nothing threatening the integrity of the elections. The agency is also pushing back on Trump's claims of fraud in the key battleground state of Pennsylvania. Trump and his supporters have already made claims of widespread fraud in Pennsylvania after officials there say a software glitch is to blame for some votes initially not being counted at a polling site in Cambria County. That's near Pittsburgh. Some of the voting machines could not scan ballots, but that glitch, we are told, was quickly corrected and those ballots were counted. Now, we did mention those bomb threats. That happened in 3 counties in Georgia. 32 precincts in Fulton County received bomb threats. Gwinnett and DeKalb County also received some bomb threats. Some of the threats were called directly into the locations where voting was actually happening, while other of those calls were called into 911. Some even sent over email. None of the bomb threats were found to be credible. Some were even said to be, quote, of Russian origin. The threats paused voting briefly, so voting hours were extended there. And of course, we're keeping an eye on everything across the country. We'll let you know as things develop. Back to you guys.
Michelle, thank you for that. And folks, just past 9 o'clock right now here in the Charlotte area, we are getting more numbers, just as expected. The Board of Elections told us that they expected that we'd be getting some firm numbers here in the 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock hours. So it's unfolding just as we expected. Here's a look at how things stand right now in the state of North Carolina. With about 38% of the estimated total vote total coming in right now. So still early on, but at this point, at least 2.2 million votes counted. So we are now getting a bulk of these votes counted. Let's take a look at what is the electoral map right now. This is where things stand right now in the presidential race. Take a look. All the big ones still outstanding. Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. So the ones that have been declared, not to take anything against the fine people of Tennessee, but we knew Donald Trump was going to win Tennessee. And we expected that Kamala Harris is going to win New Jersey and New York and things like that. So that is the state of play right now in the 9 o'clock hour here in the Charlotte area. The big ones still yet to be named. But as we go back to North Carolina, this is where things are. Let me pull up the governor's race. Right here, Josh Stein. Let's go ahead and check in. Mark Robinson, we hear, is speaking right now in Raleigh. Take a listen.
We thank him a double portion tonight. I can tell you this right now, the window of opportunity for us winning this race is closing quick, folks. We realize what we're up against. We realized what we were up against from the very beginning. We knew that we were ordinary, just an ordinary person getting in this for the right reasons, to fight for the people of North Carolina, to make effective change. You know, it doesn't seem like it's going our way tonight. But it's always going our way, because it's going the right way. Whether people want it to or not, people of faith know it's going to go the right way, because we've read the back of the book. We know how this all comes to an end. Those who would promote evil and promote wrong and call it right, they do not win. They may prosper for a season, but in the end, we win. So I'm standing here now, and I'm not sad one lick. I'm a little disappointed. I'm disappointed for you, because I wanted this so bad for you. I wanted this for the people of North Carolina, not for me. I wanted it for them. I wanted to represent them. I wanted to take their issues before the folks of North Carolina and really have those issues addressed. Not for the purposes of climbing a political ladder, but for the purposes of fighting for the people in the state that I love. But it was not to be, it appears. And I can tell you this, we're not going to stop here, folks. We don't stop here. We've got a lot of work still to do as Lieutenant Governor. We've got a lot of work to do in Western North Carolina to continue to help those folks to get back to full normal. We've got a lot of work still to do in the sphere of education in these last 2 months. We've got a lot of work to do still for the people of North Carolina. We're going to do it with great energy. We're going to do it with the same intensity that we've been doing it for the last 3.5, almost 4 years. You know, I'm standing here now, folks, and guess where my head is? My head is held high. And the reason why my head is held high is because I ran a race where I did not have to lie. I did not have to tell half-truths. I did not have to spend millions and millions and millions of dollars demonizing anyone. I simply traveled this state, told people about my vision, and told the people of North Carolina that I have an unabiding faith in them, and told the people of North Carolina as well, it will not be the government that will build this state, it will be you. That is the message that we delivered to the people of this state, a true message of real hope, a real future where every single solitary North Carolinian can make a great living. My wife and I will now take our time. I'll work these last 2 months as Lieutenant Governor. I'll continue to do what I need to do for the people of the state of North Carolina. And after the beginning of the year, I'm going to spend some time with my grandchildren. They are getting older, and so am I. And so we'll spend some time with family, and we'll assess, and we'll move forward from there. But, you know, I want to leave you with a quote from an often demonized politician who said something quite profound as he was resigning from office. He said, we think sometimes when things don't go good for us, when we lose an election or someone dear to us dies, that all is ended. It's not true. It's only a beginning, always. Because the greatness comes, not when things go always good for you, but the greatness comes when you're really tested, when you take some knocks, some disappointments, when sadness comes. Because only if you've been in the deepest valley can you ever know how magnificent it is to stand on the highest mountain. Folks, I have stood on the highest mountain. Going from being a factory worker to being the first black lieutenant governor of North Carolina has been the honor of my lifetime. Now I'm proud to stand in front of so many supporters and have so many votes cast for me by people who have confidence in me. It's not about the lies, it's not about the half-truths. It's about the people who believe in you. And it's about the state that you love, the state that I fully intend to continue to serve for the next 2 months. And who knows, maybe in the future once again, somewhere in office, who knows, I don't know. But we're going to take our time, we're going to assess, we're going to spend time with family. Before I leave this stage, though, I want to say to each and every person I'm looking at right now, I see so many faces I can't name them all. I love each and every one of you. Not only have you added value to this campaign, you have added value to my life as friends, as supporters. The one thing I have not done this entire time in this campaign is shed tears. And I will not shed tears tonight, because I stand here strong and proud, glad to have run a race that was upright and decent, while others around me refused to do so. So we leave this place tonight with our head held high. And the only disappointment that I have inside of me is the disappointment that you all feel. Because I know so many of you want it so bad to see nothing but victory tonight. But remember, victory is pleasing God. Victory is pleasing God. And sometimes in order to please God, you have to lose in the sight of man. So God bless you all. Thank y'all so much for everything that you've done for me. We love y'all. Thank y'all so much. Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
A pretty powerful concession speech there by former, or I should say, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. Sounds like he may adjust, see what the future holds for him. Obviously, he sounds like he will focus the next 2 months on the work that's still needed in his office. And then after that, we will see what happens. Joined by our political expert, Chelsea Kaufman. It's great to have you. Chelsea, anything that kind of comes to mind hearing that speech? Sounds like the future is up in the air for Mr. Robinson at some point.
Yes, it really does. You know, he had, as he mentioned, he went from not having been in political office to the office of the lieutenant governor. And so on the one hand, you know, we had the polling results out before, but both candidates had kind of said, hey, just wait and see what happens on Election Day. But as noted there in his concession speech, the result's pretty clear. So we'll have to see what his plans are for the future. And you know, as he said, what he's focusing on his last couple months as lieutenant governor.
Yeah, I mean, it was a relatively, I would say, upbeat type of concession speech, given the circumstances and how quickly this race was called. He said in his words, more or less, I'm not sad one lick, I believe is how he put it. He said he was disappointed for the North Carolina voters, for the people of North Carolina. But he said that he felt comfortable with the type of race that he ran. And like you mentioned, he has 2 more months as lieutenant governor. So he said he was going to focus on that, take some time with family, and then move on to maybe whatever the future might hold on the political front, if anything. You mentioned that, you're looking potentially at some of the trends for the presidential race, whether you're seeing Kamala Harris picking up, the margins that she needs to in the places where she should be. And you mentioned with rural voters and former President Trump, whether he's doing as well as he should be. Are you seeing anything on that respect as far as trends? Because, we can't necessarily say governor's race equals up ballot and down ballot. This is kind of a unique type of race.
Yes, exactly. I mean, with the Robinson-Stein race, as noted, that was something that was marred in scandal and led to the result that we saw in terms of the polling. And then, of course, now with the outcome. And the other races did not have that same exact story in the news. And so while that may translate a little bit into people's other votes, we have seen really different vote totals for Donald Trump and for Mark Robinson here in North Carolina. And so what it's going to come down to in terms of how this will affect the other races for Council of State, as well as the presidential race and any of the other races as well, but particularly those, I think, with them being the more statewide races, is what we're going to see is if the Democrats can pick up numbers in the cities as well as some of the suburban areas, that would be beneficial to them. And then, however, I see all these conflicting reports out there on social media and in the election reports as they come in, as I've been reviewing tonight. And so in each state, as these different counties report, we're just going to have to see. It's really coming down to the margins of maybe thousands or tens of thousands of voters.
We've got another expert, Dr. Chase Meyer, that we want to bring in, who's another professor as well. Dr. Meyer, just to talk to you a little bit, Ben and the three of us were talking about Cabarrus County. Stein obviously won that county, did well there, and it seems like Harris, as last I looked in the last 10 minutes, was doing well. Ben said something about the fact that if she can hold that lead in Cabarrus County, she may see that lead stay across North Carolina. What would be your perspective or your take on that if she does win in Cabarrus County? Is that notable?
It is notable. That's definitely one of the counties to watch. When looking at North Carolina for this election, there's certain counties that would stand out that you want to keep an eye on and say, how well did the candidates do? Did they improve upon their margins last time? So this is absolutely one of the main counties to watch. Other ones would be around the Charlotte suburbs area, such as Union County, as well as in the Research Triangle area, Orange County, Durham County. Even though those counties are expected to be Harris landslides, how much does she improve upon her margins? So if we see those signs in those counties, that's showing that she will be better than Biden. But remember, Trump won this state by a few points last time. Is it going to be enough to overcome a few points margins? Certainly enough to make it closer, but enough to overcome that 2 points? Honestly, we just have to wait and see.
Very interesting. All right. Dr. Meyer, thank you so much. And Chelsea, thank you. We'll check back with both of you in just a little bit, but we've got Ben standing by.
That's right, Ben. Let's take a look at some of the other races that we're watching in the U.S. House, I believe, right?
Congressional race is often a big headline grabber. But this time, folks, I'll be honest with you, none of the things I'm about to show you are going to be a surprise because these are gerrymandered congressional districts that are intended to have a sort of predictable outcome. So let's go through them real quick. House District 5, this is up in the mountains. You're talking about areas around North Wilkesboro, Jefferson, Lenore, Virginia Fox, longtime incumbent with a pretty decisive lead. Right now, we anticipate that will stay. Addison McDowell got the Trump endorsement early in this campaign. This represents Lexington, Salisbury, up towards High Point. Right now, with a decisive lead right now, to District 8, Mark Harris, a well-known entity in North Carolina politics. This covers areas southeast of Charlotte, down towards Wadesboro. Right now with a decisive lead. Congressional District 10 right now, Pat Harrigan. He's run a couple of times, but this time it's believed that this one's going to take This is up around Newton, Trouton, Mooresville, with 60% of the vote. A few more to go through right here. Congressional District 11, Chuck Edwards. Chuck has gotten a lot of attention over the last month or so, has really been at the forefront of championing the cause of the folks impacted most by Hurricane Helene up in the mountains. He took over for Madison Cawthorn. You'll remember that name. 2 years ago. He looks, although it's competitive, it looks like he's performing quite well tonight. Congressional District 12 right now. This is the Charlotte area. This is a heavily Democratic district. Alma Adams, as expected, performing quite well right there. And then finally, Congressional District 14. Tim Moore. He will be new to this district, however, probably not a new name to you because he has been the North Carolina House Speaker for the better part of the last 10 years. The prevailing sort of wisdom on all of this, folks, the reason that all of these districts are so predictable is because they've been gerrymandered and that their lines have been drawn by legislative leaders. Right now, those are Republicans in Raleigh. They have the power to do that. Democrats, when they were in power, they did the exact same thing. So that's a much larger conversation about politics, redistricting, gerrymandering that we talk about a lot. People, their eyes glaze over when they hear that term, but it really is a very important thing about who represents us in Washington. Because when you take a wider view of the state of North Carolina, it doesn't show up here, but of the 14 congressional districts right now, there's only one that's really competitive. Vanessa Collin?
Interesting stuff. And I just want to run down some of these other races. Okay, we're going to go straight to Stein. It sounds like the newly potential governor here in North Carolina speaking. Let's listen in.
It is a treat to be with you. Thank you, Governor Cooper, for that very generous introduction. And thank you, North Carolina. Tonight, the people of North Carolina resoundingly embraced a vision that's optimistic, forward-looking, and welcoming. A vision that's about creating opportunity for every North Carolinian. We chose hope over hate, competence over chaos, decency over division. That's who we are as North Carolinians, and I am so honored that you have elected me to be your next governor. Thank you. Thank you. I've got an easy question, and I already know the answer, but I'm going to ask y'all anyway. Who here, like me, loves North Carolina? North Carolina is home. Home to remarkable natural beauty. Home to small businesses and Fortune 500 companies. Home to some of the finest universities and one of the best community college systems in the nation. And we are home to the best people. As we celebrate tonight, our hearts are with the folks of Western North Carolina who are still struggling. Hurricane Helene swept in devastation, destruction, and darkness. But the goodness of North Carolinians shone through. Neighbors helping neighbors, people dropping everything to lend a hand. And by the way, none of those folks cared whether the person they were helping was a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. They just showed up because that's who we are as North Carolinians. And we will show up for the people of Western North Carolina to help them rebuild safer and stronger than ever before. I ran for governor because I love our home state. And I believe in the promise of North Carolina, that where you come from should never limit how far you can go. That our kids and grandkids should enjoy a better and brighter future than we've had. That every North Carolinian should have a fair shot at success, starting a small business or getting a good paying job everywhere in this state, including small town North Carolina. To deliver on that promise, we must invest in our people and their futures so that together we build a safer, stronger North Carolina where the economy continues to grow and works for everyone, where our public schools are excellent and our teachers are well paid, and where our neighborhoods are safe and women can make their own decisions about their own bodies. Just like rebuilding Western North Carolina, these issues, good jobs, strong public schools, safe neighborhoods, and personal freedoms are not partisan issues. They are North Carolina issues. We have big challenges ahead, but we have even bigger dreams to realize. We can cut taxes for workers so you keep more of your own money. We can pay teachers what they deserve and open up doors of opportunities for our children. We can expand career and technical education because you shouldn't have to go to college to provide for your own family. To build this brighter future, we must put aside our differences and work together. We must reject the politics of division, fear, and hate that keep us from finding common ground. We will go further when we go together, not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as independents, but as North Carolinians. And I know we can do this because I know who we are. I have met so many inspiring people across this state. Debbie and Cornelius, who tragically lost her son to fentanyl and is fighting to protect other families from that same fate. Lauren, a teacher in Greenville, who digs into her own pocket to buy school supplies for her to give them a better chance. I thank everyone I have met along the way for sharing your stories with me. And to the thousands and thousands of people from every corner of this state who helped to build this campaign, I am forever grateful for your support. Thank you for believing in the promise of North Carolina. And if I didn't earn your vote in this election, I hope to earn your trust by working hard for you as your governor. I pledge to listen and work across party lines to do what's right for North Carolina because no person or party has a monopoly on good ideas. To all of the smart and smart aleck young people on my campaign, thank you for the long days and late nights. Thank you for the hard and high quality work. And thank you for the laughter along the way. They, by the way, are incredible. I also want to thank Governor Cooper. Let's give that man the hand that he deserves. Roy Cooper has led our state with a steady hand through an unprecedented global pandemic, a 1,000-year storm in the West, and 2 500-year floods in the East. He expanded Medicaid, strengthened our business climate, and fought for our public schools. Roy, I could not be more grateful for your service and your friendship, and do not even think about changing your cell phone number on me. My parents, Adam and Jane, raised my brother Eric and my sister Gerda to try to do what is right just like they did. It's truly one of the best gifts that parents can give to their children. I want to thank them, and I hate that my dad got a bug yesterday working early voting, and so they're watching it here on TV. Let's all say thank you, Adam and Jane. To my wife, Anna. Otherwise known as a rock star. Thank you for being the glue that keeps our family together, for keeping me focused on the things that really matter, and for being you. She is going to be a remarkable First Lady. We are blessed to have our 3 kids here today, Sam, Adam, and Leah. Mom and I love you very much and are incredibly proud of you. Fundamentally, this campaign is about you and all of the young people of North Carolina. We want all of you to want to call North Carolina home the same way we do. Friends, we are so blessed to be of this place. And while nowhere is perfect, I firmly believe that whatever may be wrong with our state can be repaired by all that is right. After all, North Carolina is where the Greensboro Four sat down and the Wright brothers took flight. It's where my father joined Julius Chambers and James Ferguson to form North Carolina's first integrated law firm to fight for equality and opportunity for all. It's where people come together to solve tough problems and believe that our best days are ahead of us, not behind us. This is our North Carolina. This is our home. Tonight, let's celebrate this hard-fought victory, and tomorrow we will get back to work to building a North Carolina that is safer, stronger, and more prosperous for everyone. Thank you, and may God bless you, and may God bless the state of North Carolina. Thank you.
Folks at home, you've been watching who is the next governor of the state of North Carolina, Josh Stein, who's been our attorney general for the better part of the last 8 years. Right now, with about 55% of the vote here in North Carolina. The interesting thing here is right now Democrats are leading in a lot of statewide races, but not by the same margins that Josh Stein is. If you look quickly at Lieutenant Governor's race, just a percentage point separating Rachel Hunt and Hal Weatherman. Attorney General right now, Jeff Jackson with about a 2-point lead over Dan Bishop when it comes to that race. And when it comes to state public instruction, Maurice Green with a 2-point lead. So it will be interesting if those Democrats can maintain that same sort of lead that Josh Stein has throughout the night. But it's a lead that right now Kamala Harris does not have, interesting enough, meaning that people did split ticket voting. They voted Democratic for governor, but not necessarily that for president. This is where things stand right now in the state of North Carolina. Donald Trump with 51% of the vote. With 3 million votes now calculated. One interesting thing right now, a decisive victory that we can right now say is Anson County. And this is interesting right now because they have 100% of the ballots now reporting at this point. Donald Trump winning. You say, okay, well, what's the big deal about Anson County? I'm going to show you what's the big deal about Anson County. Joe Biden won it last time. And before that, Hillary Clinton won it before that in 2016. So the fact that this is now switched to Republican is rather notable. Another local county that we've talked about throughout the night is Cabarrus County. It has been solidly red, but less so over the last 8 years. Donald Trump had 59% in 2016. He had 55% in 2020. Right now, he has 51%. Can he maintain that? Or if at certain points throughout the night, Kamala Harris has been winning, that's another county we're looking for right now. Let's go back to Charlotte just because we know so many of our viewers are watching from Charlotte. Right now, Kamala Harris has 64% of the vote. Still early on as they're counting votes here in Mecklenburg County. For historical reference, Joe Biden got 67%. If Kamala Harris wants to win the state of North Carolina, she's going to have to do better than this in Mecklenburg County. Democrats were very disappointed with the turnout back in 2020. They're hoping they put in a huge infrastructure here in Mecklenburg County, hired a bunch of people. She's got to do better than 64% if she's going to win the state of North Carolina. Colin, Vanessa?
And if she doesn't win Mecklenburg County, obviously that may indicate where the night may go. We'll have to see. It's interesting looking down the ballot at some of these races. Labor Commissioner, obviously Braxton Winston, a name that we are very familiar with. Not necessarily he's trailing right now. It looks to be 53% for Luke Farley, 46% for him. And we still have about 1,200 precincts reported out of 2,600. So it is interesting up and down the ballot how people are voting. It's not along party lines, but it is interesting to see who they pick and necessarily why, right? There's got to be some reasons behind all of that.
Yeah, and Ben mentioned the split ticket seemingly nature of what we're seeing in North Carolina, because you do have the Democrat on the ticket for governor, who is the projected winner. You have the lieutenant governor's race. It looks like the Democrat is leading there. Attorney General, the Democrat, Jeff Jackson, leading in that race. But yes, to your point, some other races, we are not seeing that same trend.
Right.
So we've had the North Carolina auditor's race, where the Republican is winning, Dave Bolliak. We have Steve Troxler, Commissioner of Agriculture, Mike Causey, the Republican, leading in the Commissioner of Insurance race. You mentioned the Labor Commissioner's race, Secretary of State. We do have Elaine Marshall, the incumbent Democrat, who is leading in that case. Superintendent of Public Instruction, Mo Green, the Democrat, leading in that race. But then flipping that, North Carolina Treasurer Brad Briner, the Republican, who is leading. So it's kind of a mishmash of all sorts of different selections.
Yeah, and of course, things are going to change as we continue to go throughout the evening. There are some race calls obviously happening that we will get to at some point. But the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections has been a place, obviously the headquarters, that's been bustling in the last 30 minutes or so, maybe even to an hour. A lot of our precincts have been sending their thumb drives with all that information to the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections, the headquarters there. There was a lot going on when we checked in with Austin Walker at that time. It looks like there's even more going on. Austin, are you able to confirm that these people are driving in these thumb drives with all the information? And where are we at in the process tonight?
Yeah, hey guys, I can confirm that. You know, it's a well-oiled machine out here. I always thought the most organized thing in the country was a Chick-fil-A drive-thru, but I think that this takes the cake when it comes to it. But I want to show you how this all works and how the ballots get from the precincts over to the Board of Elections office. So it all starts in the cars. So the cars will then drive down the road and pull into the back parking lot of the Board of Elections office. The car will then pull up to any of these tables right here where these volunteers are going to grab a bag. Inside that bag, it has a copy of all of the ballots on a flash drive. It has the physical ballots themselves, and it also has the computers or any other forms from the precincts. You know, it's unpacked right here on these tables. You can see these volunteers working diligently to get it all figured out and sorted. Then it will be put in these black bins. These black bins will then be taken inside, rolled, where it then is distributed, and those votes are finally tabulated and added to the total for North Carolina. So that's the entire process. It's very, very interesting to see how it goes from, point A to point B. It's very efficient and it goes pretty quick. Now we know there's, almost 200 precincts across the county itself. So you're seeing a car pull in, and about every 10 minutes another car takes the place. So it's a very quick and efficient process, and we're really seeing all hands on deck. Hundreds of volunteers out here. They say they're out here just because they want to contribute to the American democracy. I know one of the big questions was, why is it taking so long? But again, think about Mecklenburg County. It's quite big, right? It goes from from South Carolina all the way up into Davidson. That's over an hour of a drive. So these people are coming from everywhere across the county, bringing those flash drives, those paper ballots, and everything right here so it can finally be tabulated and sorted. There has been a question, though, what happened to the paper ballots? Why do they have two? Michael Dickerson, who is with the Elections Board, he tells us the reason they do the flash drive itself is because of election security and election safety. It's to make sure everything is recorded not just once, but twice. So if there's ever an issue, they have a backup either way. And if there has to be a count by hand, they have those ballots. They're actually stored up the stairs on the second floor. I'm actually looking at those red bags right there. It's just to make sure that everything is secure secure and safe. There's been a lot of questions about election integrity across the U.S. as we head into this very historic 2024 election, and this should give some people a peace of mind when it comes to how everything comes to be. You know, we're seeing these results happen on TV, but really this is the first step. It's how they get here, and it ends up on our television telling you guys at home what it looks like currently in North Carolina and frankly across the country. We'll be out here all night. These volunteers very, very happy and excited. They are in a good mood, right? So, but when it comes to also a really cool information, I should probably tell you, every single driver that comes up gets $10 for gas. So while they're doing this, you know, out of the kindness of their heart, they are getting, you know, paid for their troubles of driving from all across the county. Really a well-oiled machine out here, and we'll be out here all night bringing you the details. But for now, we are live in Mecklenburg County. Austin Walker, WCNC Charlotte.
Yeah, paid or not, that pressure is not fun. I've been saying it all night and all week. Thank you to our election workers, our election judges, all our volunteers, because this would not run as smoothly as it has without those folks who have been working tirelessly for our democracy.
It's true. You know, and it also gives you good insight about how the sausage is made. I mean, the fact that these poll workers are literally driving an hour across county with the thumb drive in the back of their car to deliver. I mean, that's how it's done. And I think, you know, 10, 15, 20 years ago, nobody cared about this stuff.
No.
You know, and so in respect, it's kind of a good thing that we all now have this invested interest and we have a lot at stake, and that we actually now know, because I guarantee you our grandparents had no idea what happened like this on election night.
They cast their ballot and they didn't really think about it again, right?
And the fact that we now know the gas mileage of one poll worker who goes from Davidson down.
Wow.
It's interesting to me that we are at least now perhaps a more informed voter base.
I used to fill in bubbles. Now I'm doing it on a screen.
Right. So there's some
or
good
the
news there.
Chads.
That's
I'm
right.
not going to bring that one.
Yeah,
up.
the dimpled Chads and the hanging
Pregnant
Chads. That's right. That's right.
We got Nate Morabito standing by.
Yeah, Nate, not talking about that, but I think Austin alluded to it in his live shot. The time that it's taking to get the results from Mecklenburg County. You have more insight into this.
Yeah, listen, students, time for more education here. So this is not really a problem, but there is some growing frustration there at the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections because they have many of these results, and they're in there uploading these results to the state portal, but the state portal is not really reflecting up-to-date results. And so you have people that are wondering in Mecklenburg County, they're hitting refresh, refresh, refresh. And if you look, I mean, it's barely inching along. When I did this a few minutes ago, 10.21% of all ballots cast in Mecklenburg County. I mean, this is a huge county. You know, and my friend at our content partner in Denver reached out and said, what's going on in Mecklenburg County? Why aren't the results being updated? Now, there's not a problem necessarily, although there is frustration about what's taking so long. You know, the state essentially says, the State Board of Election, look, we got more than 2,600 precincts. We got 100 counties, plus we have all these early voting sites. It takes a while to update this data. But then you see Anson County, 100%, you know, up to date, and I think people in Mecklenburg County are like, what's going on here? So I think over time there will continue to be a push to get these results up a little bit faster here. You know, we said what, by 10, 11 o'clock, we should have most of the results in North Carolina, 98%. That's what the State Board of Elections director said. You know, and I refresh again, Mecklenburg County still at 10.21, and it was at like 6%, I don't know, 20 minutes ago. So it's not really skyrocketing up right now. So I know people are waiting, and our patience is already thin, but just know that some of the workers at the election office, their patience is waning too.
Nate, you bring up a good point. It was exactly 1 week ago today, the director of the State Board of Elections told me, hey, we're going to get the bulk of the results between 9:30 and 11. It's 9:40.
Mm-hmm.
So just a reminder to level set with everybody, it is unfolding as it was predicted and as we expected. So people get impatient, but it's happening the way it should be.
Well, this is how a democracy works, right? Especially when we've got mail-in, we've got absentee ballots. There is a process, and as I've said before, every state is different. In Pennsylvania, they have to wait at a certain point, and then they can start the mail-in process, the absentees. So there's a process to this. It is very intricate, and people are on it. I mean, there are a lot of things that folks are looking at to make sure that the integrity of this election is kept in place.
Well, and we are getting another ballot measure that we are seeing being called, and that's the North Carolina amendment that regarded citizens voting. And we talked a lot about this in the months leading up to the election, Republicans wanting to put this on the ballot. And it talks about, I mean, basically wording that's already in the state constitution, but reinforcing is what they said that they wanted to do, reinforce that citizens only can vote.
Pretty decisive, too. 77% of the vote. So, I mean, of all the races we're talking about, that does not even appear to be a close one whatsoever.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. I mean, our Jesse Pierre did report on some of the signs that were popping up to let folks know if they weren't a citizen, they shouldn't be voting. Obviously, that deters folks who are citizens that can vote sometimes, and that can create some type of fear, right? So it's interesting that we're seeing this kind of play out in real time, and this is a situation that I think some folks will look at once this election is over with.
Yeah, folks will remember in that case, what Jesse had shared with us was the signs that they were seeing at some of these polling places across the state. They were only in Spanish, and so that was the complaint with some advocacy groups that maybe this was targeting specifically Latino voters.
Yeah, and since it's already law in North Carolina, a lot of folks felt like the Republicans were using it as a way to drive more people out to the polls. And it looks like it might have been effective because it seems like a resounding victory for those who wanted this on the ballot. We should go ahead and set up people, let them know watching us right now on WCNC Plus that we are going to be taking a pause for a second because we're going to be going over to our broadcast channel. Don't go anywhere. You're still going to be seeing the results here. We're going to go through all the results to keep you updated. But we got to go do this update over on WCNC TV.
That's right. So we will be there, and then we'll be back here streaming here on WCNC Plus. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Good evening and welcome to our special coverage of Decision 2024 here on WCNC Charlotte. I'm Vanessa Rufus alongside Colin Mayfield and Ben Thompson. Of course, we continue to track the results coming in as we go on throughout the evening.
And we're keeping a close eye on the presidential race, of course, but there's a lot happening right here in North Carolina.
That's right. We have crews across the state, including two tracking the governor's race, which has now been called. Let's start with WCNC Charlotte's Julie Kay, where the projected winner, Attorney General Josh Stein, just spoke. Julie, what do you have to say?
Yeah, we just heard from Stein in the last 30 minutes. He wrapped up his acceptance speech as the projected winner. So it was a very exciting moment, of course, for this. This is the state Democratic Party, but to start off the night with an early call like that in their favor is, of course, a good sign for them. He focused his speech a lot on that positivity, that optimism he's been trying to cultivate in these last few weeks of the campaign. Some of the phrases he said: hope over hate, decency over division. But in terms of actual policies and actual concrete plans, he mentioned increasing teacher pay and protecting reproductive rights were things that he kept coming back to. But of course, the overall theme was rebuilding Western North Carolina. When I talked to his campaign manager earlier today, that's what he said would be his first priority if he was elected. I also spoke with Governor Cooper, who introduced Stein to make his speech. He says he has full confidence in his ability as the next governor. Back to you in the studio.
Julie, thank you so much. Of course, before we heard from Stein, we heard from Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, the projected loser in this race.
That's right. Julia Kaufman is reporting from his camp right now. Obviously, a much different mood there, Julia.
Definitely, guys. You know, Robinson gave his concession speech and admitted, things did not look like they were going their way tonight, but said he was holding his head high and he was proud of the campaign they ran, saying, quote, that he didn't have to lie or spend millions demonizing anyone, that his campaign was upright. And, he gave promise for a future. He said they're not going to stop there, and he still has a lot of work to do as lieutenant governor, focusing on recovery efforts in Western North Carolina. And he did leave the door open for his future in politics. It's unclear, but he did say he was going to spend the first beginning of 2025 with his family and then decide where to go from there. So it'll be interesting to see how the final numbers come out as far as the results, if the polls were correct in giving Stein a 15-point advantage. Of course, the Robinson campaign thinks it'll come much closer than that. Minutes ago, we just spoke with his chief strategist of his campaign, who says that defamation lawsuit against CNN will be ongoing. Of course, Robinson sued CNN following their report on claims that he made inappropriate and racist comments on an adult website over a decade ago. So that lawsuit is ongoing. We also asked what we thought caused the problem with Robinson's campaign. They pointed to the hundreds of millions of dollars spent on political ads to go against Robinson. So a different mood here, but we'll have to see what happens in the future here, guys.
Julia, thanks. Just real quickly, let's go over to the map, because we now know we have a Democratic governor. Right. Who's going to join him in Raleigh? Let's take just a quick look at the other statewide races. Lieutenant Governor, as it stands right now, Hal Weatherman, this is new, taking the lead right now when it comes to Lieutenant Governor's race over Rachel Hunt. Attorney General Jeff Jackson versus Dan Bishop, two Charlotteans right now. Jeff Jackson with a very narrow, less than a 1-point lead. Department of Public Instruction superintendent race has been talked a lot of. Look at that, folks. 50-50. You cannot get any closer than that. So we do know that we're going to have a Democratic governor. We do not know who's going to join him in Raleigh. Colin, Vanessa?
Yeah, as we've been saying all night, these races are going to be very tight, and it may be a couple of hours until we know who is the final winner.
Yes, indeed. And just a reminder for folks at home, we will be continuing to watch all of these results as they come in. WCNC Plus is where we're streaming live and getting expert insights.
That's right. We'll be here on WCNC Plus on your Apple TV, Fire TV, or Roku. We'll send you back to programming. And we're getting, things are getting more clear for us. We're getting more results in as we get near 10 o'clock. I might add, the other battleground state that's ending or closing the polls at 10 is Nevada. So hopefully we'll have results at some point.
Yeah, we're starting to get the results from not just North Carolina, but Georgia, Pennsylvania coming in as well. We do know now, in case you're just now joining us, just a few minutes before 10 o'clock, we do know we will have a Democratic governor here in North Carolina. All the other statewide races at this point still very tight. The presidential race here in North Carolina still very tight at this point. So we know at least one race. The other ones, maybe in the next hour or so, I think we're going to get much clearer answers.
Yeah.
We'll see where that goes.
Well, you know, we do want to keep folks updated on how the actual process is going, verifying information too that might be coming in online.
And we're walking you through this process when it comes to getting those results, what it entails, and what you can expect when a winner is declared here for North Carolina, which we hope will be in the coming hours. WCNC Charlotte's Miles Harris joining us live to verify this. Yeah, once North Carolina called, it's going to go pretty quickly here, Miles.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Colin. Now, look, it's a question that everybody in North Carolina is begging to know. Just when we'll know the results. So let's go ahead and verify it here. The polls, they closed throughout North Carolina around 7:30, and once they did, county election boards, they started the process of counting those votes. Now, early voting and absentee ballots are counted first, and that'll happen between 7:30 and 9:30. Now, election day ballots will be taken physically from the 2,600 precincts across the state to their county boards of elections to be tallied. Now, between 9:30 and 11 o'clock tonight, a bulk of the voting numbers will come in. Now, it's during this time that we'll find out most of the winners. Now, the North Carolina State Board of Elections Director, Karen Brinson Bell, she shares with us and says that they hope to have these races called somewhere around midnight tonight.
We managed to get results out completely by 12:28 a.m. in 2020. So we're shooting for that again, as sometime around midnight, hopefully all of the unofficial results will be uploaded.
Now, it's no secret that North Carolina is considered a huge battleground state this election, carrying 16 electoral votes. Certainly a process we're going to keep a close eye on tonight. Let's send things over to Ben.
All right, Miles, thank you. We talked about Josh Stein. He is going to be our next governor of North Carolina. But who's going to join him in Raleigh is a big question. And you might not realize it or not, but Republicans have had a supermajority in Raleigh in the General Assembly the last 2 years, which have enabled them to enact things like, tighter abortion bans, as well as expansion of the voucher program. Some things have been very popular. Sports betting might be one of those. Some of the things might not be so popular. So we're taking a look at some of the state legislative races, because this will determine these next four races I outlined, whether or not Republicans have a supermajority in Raleigh, which means they could then override anything that Josh Stein sort of vetoes. That's why that's so important. So in this first race, this is the state Senate, not something we talk about on a regular basis, but Stacey McGinn versus Woodson Bradley. Right now, it's still very tight, only 500 votes between the two, but Stacey McGinn right now in the lead. This is down in the Ballantyne area from Matthews down to Ballantyne. Now to the state House. This is House District 73 up in Harrisburg. Jonathan Allman right now beating incumbent Diamond Staten Williams. This is an important one because this was a swing district. 2 years ago, Diamond Staten pulled off a win in this one to surprise a lot of people. Let's see if she can hold on to it. But right now, it looks like Jonathan Allman in the lead with about 80% of the votes reported at this point. The next one, State House 98. This is northern Mecklenburg County. We're talking about the folks Updale, Birkdale Village, Cornelius, that area. Both newcomers here as far as this race. Beth Helfrich right now with a lead of 52.5%. So she's got a few points on Melinda Bales. This one has a history of being a swing district. Just 2 years ago, John Bradford, Christy Clark, both well-known entities in northern Mecklenburg County. It was a tight race then. Let's see how it goes tonight. And then the big race that so many people are watching, this has even got national attention, the race between Nicole Sidman and Tricia Cotham. Right now, 51% versus 49%. Nicole Sidman has managed to keep a lead throughout the night, but that lead has substantially lessened over the course of the last few minutes. If you know anything about this race, Tricia Cotham, a longtime Democrat here in Mecklenburg County. Last time she won 2 years ago, 3 months into her term, she switched parties. Well, there you go. Speaking of switching, right now, she is now live on the air right now, taking the lead as the more votes come in. She's been a controversial figure here in Mecklenburg County because she gave Republicans that supermajority I just spoke about. So one of these few races I've just outlined, Democrats have to win at least one of them if they want to take that supermajority away. And again, when there's a supermajority in the General Assembly, what that means is that they can override any veto that the governor has, making a Democratic governor that we're going to have even less powerful up in Raleigh. Guys?
It's interesting, kind of surprising, I think, by a lot of folks' eyes. Not exactly sure. I mean, I saw some of the ads, obviously, and I think a lot of the folks on Helfrich's side thought that maybe things might go a different way. So we'll see where it goes throughout the evening.
Well, still a lot of time left, right? We do see the races kind of flip-flopping back and forth as more results come in. We do have a couple of races that we're seeing already projected, as well as ballot measures. Just to recap, as we're approaching the top of the hour here and welcoming new folks here to the special coverage of Decision 2024 here on WCNC Plus. We saw NBC News projecting former President Donald Trump to get the 9 electoral votes from South Carolina. Of course, we talked about the North Carolina governor's race with Josh Stein being projected to be the governor, the next governor of the Tar Heel state. And then we also have the 2 constitutional amendments in both Carolinas. So these both pertained to citizens-only voting. And just a reminder for folks, this is wording that already exists in the state constitutions, but it is purported to reinforce the fact that citizens can only vote in elections. So here I am, Vanessa Rufus, alongside Colin Mayfield. We also have Ben Thompson, who you just heard from. So welcome in here to this stream as we continue tonight.
Yeah, and obviously we've been watching these results live. North Carolina has not been called for either candidate just yet. South Carolina obviously going to Donald Trump. It's interesting to see where they are in leads in certain states, especially with most of the polling sites in the battleground states closed. Nevada just closed at 10 p.m. So there will be obviously some results flowing in from them. But it's been interesting to kind of watch and interesting to see in some of the counties throughout North Carolina where maybe Biden won. Now it's much changing. We were talking about Anson County and why that is important. And it seems like it's going to Donald Trump. In 2020, it went to Joe Biden. It's very interesting, and it could mean, as we go throughout the night, that the Harris campaign could be kind of watching this pretty closely, and it might be a little concerning for them. We'll see.
Well, speaking of the presidential candidates, we have Nick Sturdivant standing by. He's been keeping an eye on this particular race. Nick, what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, you guys, as the race starts to tighten in these battleground states like North Carolina, as Colin just mentioned, we haven't gotten much reaction from the candidates on social media like we have been getting earlier in the day. Let's take a look at some of the images from the watch parties from each campaign. Let's start with Donald Trump. We continue to get new pictures in from that watch party. You see it right here on your screen. Supporters there watching as many across the country, the results come in. Earlier today, Trump spoke to reporters at a polling site in Palm Beach, Florida, as he cast his ballot. His wife, Melania, joining him there. He says he feels confident earlier today. Trump also posting a countdown of when polls close in different states, some of these battleground states. Now, over at the Harris Watch Party, supporters, you see that image right there, supporters gathering and watching the results like the Trump supporters are at their campaign watch party, come in, and that's her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C. This is the first time a presidential election watch party is being held on the college campus. She spent some time speaking directly to voters at the DNC headquarters call center earlier today. And you guys, we're continuing to keep an eye on developments with both campaigns, but both have been pretty quiet on social media, again, as these races in the battleground states like North Carolina continue to tighten.
All right, next, thanks. Just watching something right now. It looks like Buncombe County now. That's Asheville. We've talked about it a lot because of the impacts of Hurricane Helene and making sure people there had the chance to get out and vote. It looks like they've got just about all of their votes counted. Interesting here in that Kamala Harris is winning, not a surprise. Asheville leans liberal with 61.7% of the vote. That is, though, better than Joe Biden did 4 years ago. So she is outperforming. That's one thing we continue to talk about, is that if Harris wants to win North Carolina, she has got to outperform him in these urban centers like Asheville, like Charlotte, like Raleigh. So at least in Asheville, she's doing just that. Yeah. Also want to urge caution because I'm seeing a lot of things online about the state of North Carolina stuff. the big urban centers like Mecklenburg County and Wake County still have very, very limited votes in yet. As far as a lot of the rural parts of the state, they have all their votes in. The urban centers are still coming in slowly and methodically. So just seeing a lot of things online, I want to caution assuming anything quite yet, because there's a lot of votes out there. There's 7.8 million registered voters in the state of North Carolina, and I think at this point we have something like 4 million of them right now. So just urging some caution.
Well, to throw that out there, that's been a lot of discussion about, right? People talking about how the integrity of this election could shift. There's been talk or claims about people dumping in these urban areas ballots and things like that, but that's not so. It's just we're seeing in the background. Nate was telling us earlier about the holdup here in Mecklenburg County, about what's going on. So they're working as efficiently and quickly as possible, but some of these folks have to drive this information from other parts, let's say Mecklenburg County, to the center of Mecklenburg County. It takes time, obviously, to get that information to make sure it's certifiable and to continue on in the process.
When you think about baking a cake, if you eat that cake 5 minutes in, all you got is a bunch of batter.
You don't want that.
You don't want that.
End up in the hospital.
You don't want that. So, I mean, it's that sort of thing that all of this information we're reporting is accurate, it's true. However, it's not necessarily representative of what the outcomes will be.
Right. What about cookie dough?
That's
a different story.
Well, that's a whole other story.
That's a whole other story.
Now you just got to complicate it on us.
I know.
Oh, now you're making, now it's risky.
And now I'm just hungry.
I am curious, because you mentioned, maybe it was an hour ago, you were looking at Mecklenburg County, and I know you said, we're still waiting for a lot to come in. You felt like Kamala Harris was not performing as she should in Mecklenburg. Are you still seeing that now?
Yeah, right now she has 61% of the vote in Mecklenburg County. Joe Biden won it with 67.
Oh, okay.
So, but still, only 100,000 votes are in right now for Mecklenburg County. So we've got a long way to go. Just judging by those early votes, which are probably going to be mainly absentee ballots, and at this point, it's probably some early votes. She's got some work to do, but she's got plenty of votes to do it with if she wanted to.
I'm just throwing this out there. What would be a safe percentage point number? Maybe 70% of the vote in Mecklenburg County? What are you thinking?
I think that's what Democrats would like to see.
Yeah.
If Joe Biden
3 out of 4 people
had 67%, if she can do that in Charlotte, yes, but also do that in Wake County and do that in Orange County and do that in Durham County. She has done that now in Buncombe County. She's got to do that in all those, and even New Hanover out at Wilmington. She's got to do better than Joe Biden if she wants to win the state.
And there's been some discussion there hasn't been as many boots on the grounds for the Democrats here in North Carolina. So maybe this is an indication of that claim. We'll have to see.
We'll have to see. We have a heavy microscope, of course, on the Carolinas here, but we know other stuff is happening around the nation.
That's right. Michelle Bowden standing by. Michelle, you've got your eyes on a few different things out there right now.
Yeah, there was a lot of concern going into this election just about how secure things would be. Tonight, we can tell you officials are saying this is a secure election. That is the word from the feds tonight, despite some challenges at polls today in several key states. We're talking about more bomb threats. We've just learned about them being called into polling places today. This time in key battleground states of Pennsylvania and Arizona, though none of those threats were credible. That's the good news. The governor in Pennsylvania says voting was paused while authorities there swept the building where the threats came in, and that location was then allowed to stay open later. In Arizona, 3 polling sites also dealt with bomb threats. And in Georgia, of course, we've been telling you all night, 3 counties faced dozens of bomb threats throughout the day, causing more delays and extended voting hours there as well. In Georgia, officials say at least some of those threats were of Russian origin. Now, also new tonight, you may remember hearing earlier this week about Russia-produced videos with false claims about voting that actually went viral. Now we're learning the Russians likely got some help with that campaign from China. Researchers found the videos are being amplified by a network of fake social media accounts that originated in China. We are, of course, continuing to keep our eye on things across the country. We'll let you know as more things develop. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thanks for that. Let's go ahead and take a walk over again to the map to see the latest on things when it comes to the presidential race. You've heard us talk about Cabarrus County as a possible bellwether here, that Kamala Harris could perform well. Right now, earlier on, she was performing better than she is right now. Donald Trump with 51% of the vote in Cabarrus County. Let's take a look at the whole right now. We currently have just under 4 million votes here in North Carolina. There are 7.8 registered voters in the state of North Carolina. Only 185,000 separate these two. So keeping that in mind, so far a big victory for Donald Trump is Anson County. Not a huge population center necessarily, but it was a county that had gone Democratic in 2020 as well, before that in 2016, and in the years before that. So Donald Trump managing to make a switch over in a county right there. And as we mentioned a few minutes ago, Buncombe County now with 100% of votes reported right now, with Kamala Harris with almost 62% of the vote there, improving upon Joe Biden's 60%. As we mentioned, she's going to have to do that across the board. Right now in Charlotte, let's bring you up to speed right now. Mecklenburg County, 61% of the votes right there. Up in Wake County, she has 64%. Durham, 80%. And in Orange County, just about 75%. Down here in Wilmington, 63%. I'm checking the urban centers, folks, because that's where Kamala Harris has got to do very well. And as we've said before, outperform what Joe Biden did 4 years ago if she wants to win. Let's quickly bring you up to speed. In case you've not been watching any of the national coverage, we appreciate you keeping it right here on WCNC Plus. But I know, you're probably wondering about where things stand right now. That is the national map as it stands right now. As you can see, Kamala Harris at 10 o'clock Eastern time has about 99% or 99 electoral votes. Donald Trump doubling that right now with 198. You can see a big part of his victory right now coming from this swath of red states in the center part of the country. No surprise really on any of these. The ones we're waiting for at this point, folks, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. Those are the three that are sort of outstanding here on the East Coast. After that, you have what's called that blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin from there on. And then as we get in further through the night, we have Arizona and Nevada. But as it stands right now, 10 o'clock, Harris with 99 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 198, and still waiting for these East Coast states, including North Carolina, to see where it goes from there. Colin, Vanessa?
All right, Ben, thank you so much. We're back here with our political insights coming from political science professor Chelsea Kaufman. We wanted to talk a bit about some of the constitutional amendments that we saw in both North and South Carolina, because those were ones where we already seen that this is called as amendments that have been passed. So this is the citizens-only voting amendments, which we had told viewers before had to do with reinforcing that only citizens can vote. And we saw Republicans spearheading this measure. We saw Democrats kind of saying this is already language that we see on the Constitution. Felt like this was a pretty decisive victory for this measure. What are your takeaways from this?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting case because, I had a lot of people ask me about this amendment, like, hey, isn't this already something that exists? And so what I would say about this is it's one of those things where, especially if maybe you didn't realize that there was a bit of a partisan differentiation on this, you might say, well, of course you would want to pass this because this sounds like something that probably should have already been legal. And so if people didn't already know that information and that maybe that their party was for it or their party was against it, that may not have factored into their vote as much. Or maybe they did just want to reaffirm this information that is in the Constitution. I think one of the things that's really interesting is that you do see it really deviate from a lot of the other races in the state, which are at this razor-thin margin.
And how do we figure out, in terms of voter turnout, we were talking about Mecklenburg County, obviously how Harris needs to outperform the numbers in Biden. So the easy question is this creating an impact? I mean, in places like Anson County, Mecklenburg County, Cabarrus County, places that may not be needed by the Harris campaign, but they thought would be a Democratic-leaning precinct or county. What do you think? Is the impact playing out in real time?
Yeah, so I think it's really interesting to see that Anson County did end up flipping.
Yeah.
And it's hard to say what would cause it to flip related to all of the other races. We've talked a lot about this tonight with the governor's race and now with the constitutional amendment. And so I think what is clear for us to see is that voters are choosing different things on the ballot. They're not just voting straight up and down the ticket, but they're thinking about each of the different candidates or issues that are there. And with Mecklenburg County, I think a lot remains to be seen. The last I checked, only a little over 100,000 votes had been reported. And so we don't really know what margin Harris is likely to win Mecklenburg by and whether that's going to be good for her in this state or whether right now Trump leads by about 200,000 votes, whether that gap will remain.
Yeah, certainly seems like no lead is safe, especially tonight, right?
Yeah.
To see where it goes.
Yeah, a lot more to come. Ben, you're standing by. Any insights you want to add before you pass it off into the field?
I think she makes a really important point right now that with Mecklenburg and Wake County and Durham and Orange counties still returning a lot of their ballots, those are the urban centers of North Carolina, and without those votes counted, it's hard to really know how things are going to shake up tonight. One thing we do know, though, we do know Josh Stein is going to be our next governor here in North Carolina. Julie Kay is there at his campaign headquarters along with other Democrats. Julie, I assume a very exciting night, though. But here's the thing. Josh Stein's going to be governor, but we do not know who he's going to be serving alongside when it comes to the Council of State and when it comes to what kind of makeup the General Assembly is going to be.
Yeah, and that's kind of the energy we're feeling right now. At first, there was obviously a lot of excitement, not just it being called, but called so early in Stein's favor. But now there's people still lingering about. We're still watching calls come in, and it's really a big question mark. But Stein himself did focus on that kind of recurring theme he's brought up of optimism, of positivity, of future-thinking messaging that he's been really trying to hit hard on in the last few weeks of his campaign. He said things like hope over hate, decency over division. In terms of actual policies, he mentioned that he really wants to focus on is increasing teacher pay and, of course, the hot button issue of protecting reproductive rights. But one of the first things he brought up, and something that's been brought up throughout the entire night, is rebuilding Western North Carolina after Helene, of course. I spoke to his campaign manager earlier today. He said that's going to be the first thing Stein focuses on if he's elected. We do know now that that is going to happen. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here throughout the rest of the night. Of course, it is still early in the grand scheme of things for the Democrats. We'll be here and we'll be live again at 11 with any updates we get, Ben.
All right, Julie Kay, allow me to be the reality check for just a second.
Please.
Josh Stein can say reproductive rights is going to be a priority, but if he has a Republican supermajority,
nothing can get done.
There's not a thing he can do about it.
We saw it with Governor Cooper for the last 2 years.
Exactly. So we talked about some of those state house races, earlier, and how they might decide whether or not there's a supermajority. If he has a majority of Republicans, then there's something to work with right there. And when I talked to Josh Stein last week, he talked about how he has a great working relationship with a lot of these Republicans in Raleigh. Some say that Governor Cooper does not. So maybe he'll be able to make inroads that their current Democratic governor doesn't. But as far as expanding reproductive rights, that's not happening in North Carolina as long as you have a Republican General Assembly. It's just not happening.
That leads me to my next question. Do you think there's a race that can flip that supermajority? I mean, Diamond State and Williams, looked like she was behind. I mean, is there a race that
one of those four here in Mecklenburg County, and then her race there in Harrisburg?
Yeah.
One of those four is going to have to switch to Democrat because that is what Tricia Cotham, when she switched, that is what gave them the supermajority. So one of those local races, they will have to flip from red to blue, or you're going to have a supermajority again in Raleigh.
So we've got Diamond State and Williams and Jonathan Allman. That's in District 73. District 98, which is northern Mecklenburg County, is Melinda Bates and Beth Helfrich. And then District 105, as you alluded to, it's Tricia Cotham and Nicole Sidman, which we saw in real time Cotham take the lead.
Yep. So, and I'll go check and see where things stand on those things, because those are changing by the minute. So
really,
we'll see.
Yeah. Truly.
Well, we got Julia Kaufman standing by. She's been spending the evening with the Robinson campaign. We did hear him give, I guess it would be an upbeat type of concession speech. He seemed to use a lot of his faith rhetoric, which we've come to expect from him, and just saying that it didn't play out the way he thought, but it wasn't. It wasn't for him to decide, I guess.
I mean, I think Julia joins tonight. Julia, I think it was something interesting. He very much left the door open for the future, because I know in political circles, there's been a lot of talk. He and Tom Tillis are not best friends, and Tom Tillis has been fairly open about his lack of enthusiasm about a Robinson campaign. And there's been talk that Robinson could very well primary him coming up in 2 years, in 2026. And Tom Tillis has fought with members of his own party. Any sort of anticipation there from folks who are party faithful and are Mark Robinson faithful, that they would like to see him do something like that?
Well, Ben, that exact question was asked to Robinson's chief strategist, and he said plainly he doesn't know. He has no idea. Robinson did say in his concession speech that he's going to spend time with his family and then decide in 2025 what his next steps are. So he definitely left the door open. But when that question was asked about that race, they said they didn't know. They weren't sure yet. He said he hadn't had that discussion with the lieutenant governor yet. But Robinson said he still has work to do as lieutenant governor and will be focusing his efforts on Western North Carolina. And just what Vanessa was mentioning earlier, he did say his head is held high. He is not sad. He's, of course, disappointed for his supporters that voted for him, but he's proud of the campaign they ran, calling it decent and upright, while suggesting that Stein's was not. You know, he's continued to express frustration about the political ads against him and the CNN investigation. We also asked if they think that investigation impacted Robinson's campaign in this result tonight. They say it could be a factor, but they think the main driver were all of those political ads you saw on your TV screen against Robinson. So Robinson maintains that he did not lie during his campaign and that defamation lawsuit against CNN will be ongoing. His strategist says there will be a hearing later this month. So we'll, of course, keep an eye on that and keep an eye on the final numbers because the polls showed Robinson far behind Stein. It'll be interesting to see if that gap is maintained or if they close in and it was a closer race than originally thought. So we'll keep an eye on that. And we're going to check back in with you guys at 11 o'clock.
All right, sounds good. Good, thanks. So we might see more Mark Robinson in the years to come.
We'll see.
Let's go ahead and take a look at where the other statewide races stand right now, because there's a number of them. Let's go to Lieutenant Governor for one. Totals, right here you go. As it stands right now, Hal Weatherman, former chief of staff to local Congresswoman Sue Myrick. When I moved to Charlotte 18 years ago, Hal Weatherman was one of the first people I ever met. He was Sue Myrick's chief of staff. I went to introduce myself because I'm like, hey, I'm a new reporter here in Charlotte. One of the first people I ever met. Right now, he's got 1 point advantage over Rachel Hunt. Attorney General, 2 Charlotteans right now. Take a look, folks. 50-50. The folks over at the Bishop campaign have got to be excited to see a number like that because Jeff Jackson has consistently shown a slight improvement in the polls over Dan Bishop. Nothing substantial, but this is good news for the Bishop campaign. When it comes to Department of Public Instruction, this is North Carolina's state school superintendent. Right now, Michelle Morrow leading Maurice Green. This will be one that a lot of folks are watching really closely. Michelle Morrow has made a campaign railing against the public school system as it is right now and advocating for why people were wanting to leave it. She's homeschooled her kids. Maurice Green is a superintendent over at Guilford County Schools, also worked at CMS for some time as well. Let's take a look at those House districts because, again, this will decide whether or not Republicans have a supermajority, whether or not Josh Stein is going to have any help at all when it comes to legislating. The state Senate race, Stacey Begin still with a consistent lead right now. Let's go to 73 the House race there. Jonathan Allman with about 500 votes over Diamond State and Williams right now. And that's with 100% reporting, folks. So this actually might be the winner here. We've not declared it yet, but it appears with 100% of votes in right now that he is winning this race. Not decisive yet, not official yet, but that does look like good news for Republicans hoping to win that seat back. Beth Helfrich right now in the northern part of Mecklenburg County, and Davidson and Cornelius around Lake Norman. This has been a tight race all night long. She has managed, though, to maintain that lead this entire time with 82% reporting at this point. And then I always leave this one for the last one because this is the big one everybody has been watching. Tricia Cotham right now with the lead, 94% reporting, 230 votes separating the two right now. If she makes a comeback, folks, this will be quite a story people will be talking about for quite some time. This district drawn for her, but they still knew her campaign, which still knew this was going to be an uphill battle, just because all the news and reports that have been about her over the last couple of years since she made her party switch. So that's where things stand right now when it comes to some of these state legislative races, as well as the Council of State, as it's called here. Lieutenant Governor, Governor, back over to you guys.
That race is pretty interesting. Obviously, all of what you alluded to is why I think people are watching, just to get a little bit more clarity on one of the races that we've been watching, because there's a name from our area, Braxton Winston, Commissioner of Labor. He looks like he is behind Luke Farley. It's 54% for Luke Farley, 45.73% for Braxton Winston. So that really hasn't changed throughout the night. Farley has kept a pretty good lead, almost 10 points. So that looks to continue. But I just call that out because I saw posters and boards for Braxton Winston as far as Asheville and Buncombe County. So it's kind of interesting to see where he is winning and where he's losing.
Yeah, well, I mean, we would definitely expect to see the Winston signs in Asheville. I remember seeing those too. Right. I drove out there several weeks back. We've got some more information actually coming in from Mecklenburg County, we're told. We have Austin Walker, who's been over at the Board of Elections.
You got some totals for us to share here. What do you have? What are the new numbers, Austin?
Yeah, hey guys, so I was just talking to someone within the Board of Elections right now, but we just got our hands on some data which shows you election numbers right here in Mecklenburg County. We've had a lot of reports and some tweets asking us, why is it taking so long for things to be updated on the state's website? And the question was, we asked them that question and they told us, quote, it's just not working. So just about 2 minutes ago, we received this packet of information which shows us a snapshot of what it looks like right now in Mecklenburg County. This is as of 10/18, so of course this is the most updated we have right now, but still there are multiple precincts still coming in from Mecklenburg County. Looking at some of that data right here, looking at just absentee mail, we see Kamala Harris has just over 23,000 votes and Donald J. Trump has 10,000. So we're seeing Kamala Harris lead Trump in that absentee mail for voting. Now also for early voting, Kamala Harris again leads Donald Trump in this. We have Kamala coming in with 284,400 votes and Donald Trump coming in with 136,200 plus votes. So still a pretty big distance right there. And then finally on election day, those are the votes casted today for the president. And we know that Kamala Harris coming in with 41,340 votes and Donald Trump comes in just shy of 30,000 votes. So that's what we're looking at right now though. But we have all this packet of information looking at things like House Representatives to the governor's race to the AG and all those bonds too you'll be focusing on in Mecklenburg County when it comes to the housing bond and infrastructure and roadways. We're going to go through this in the next couple of minutes and kind of give you a bigger snapshot and get that information to you so you can really comb through it. And we're going to do that right now. But again, we're seeing still these cars carrying all these ballots from areas across Mecklenburg County coming to the Board of Elections Department, dropping them off, putting them in these carts and getting wheeled in. Talking to some people inside, we are told that there's probably 10 or 15 left that have yet to be checked in. So we should be seeing a wrap up of all the votes coming in and also an update to this paper because right now it's still not updated on the state's website. We'll go through this one more time just to make sure kind of everybody gets it. When it comes to absentee mail, that is the votes coming in absentee. It has Kamala Harris at just over 23,000 votes and Donald Trump just shy of 11,000 votes. Moving on to early voting, we have Donald Trump with 136,000 votes and Kamala Harris coming out on top of that category with just over 284,000 votes. And finally, we have on election day, this is today, the voting that happened at any of the precincts, Donald Trump coming in with 29,100 votes and Kamala Harris just over 41,000 votes. That's just a snapshot. Again, we have 198 precincts as well, and this is just for 50 of them as well as the other absentees. So still lots of votes left to be counted. We're still seeing them come in. We'll have an update with you at 11, so stick with us. For now, live in Mecklenburg County, Austin Walker, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, Austin, thanks. So, you know, if you're watching right now, Republicans right now, despite the win by a Democrat in the governor's race, I feel like Republicans should feel pretty good right now at almost 10:30 about their races here in North Carolina. The only thing I would caution with that is that it is 10:30 and you have huge urban centers like Mecklenburg County, like Wake County, like New Hanover County that still don't have a huge bulk of ballots counted yet. Yeah. And those are going to be disproportionately Democratic ballots. Not sure what the problem is in all of these places. I know Nate's going to sort of expound further on that. But it's going to be a while, I think, before we know some things.
And we heard from the state elections supervisor that it was more of a midnight-ish type of range for results to get in. So.
Very true. So yeah, again, it goes back to that cake analogy. What the current state of the cake is not reflective of what the finishing product will be. At least we don't think. All right, Nate Morbido joins us right now. Nate, can you give us a little bit more insight about some of the problems we've seen here in Mecklenburg County and what they actually mean?
Yeah, that cake's been cooking for a while in Mecklenburg County, though, and they are frustrated there. I mean, they told me, spokesperson told me, it's unacceptable what's happening there. She's had to upload, these early voting totals like 4 times, and the state site is just not accepting and recognizing and then publishing it. And we talked about this last hour. I'd been in contact with the State Board of Elections spokesperson as well, who told me, well, this happens every election, and we have a lot of data. And I wanted to share specifically what he told me, because I think it's really important for transparency that we understand what they believe to be acceptable, what the Board of Elections locally believes to be acceptable, and what we as the public believe to be acceptable. So here's what he told me. This happens every election. MEC knows this. We have 100 counties uploading 2,650 precincts on Election Day and 420 early voting site. It takes time to process data and is not instantaneous. So that is the challenge here. It's not a problem, I'm told. It's not a problem of were these votes cast. It's a problem of when will the public find out how these votes were cast. And for an impatient public that expected results to be in, by 11, this is starting to get concerning for people. And if I recall in 2020, it did not take this long in Mecklenburg County. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I quite remember being just about packed up right after my live shot at 11 o'clock 4 years ago in Mecklenburg County. And I know there's frustration here.
Nate, I think it's not just Mecklenburg, but I mean it's all the urban centers. It's Mecklenburg, it's Wake, it's Guilford, it's Forsyth. You're talking about all the big population centers across the state of North Carolina are having either problems with Election Day votes being tabulated or the early votes being tabulated. And you're talking about a huge swath of ballots and votes that are going to represent disproportionately a Democratic ticket. So the fact that we already know Josh Stein won the race is interesting because there's so many Democratic ballots that still have not even been counted yet.
And this is just North Carolina. Obviously, there are other states that are going to need to get their results in. So Caitlin Hagwood has been following things from the Democratic Party in Raleigh, North Carolina. It's been a jovial mood throughout the evening, obviously, because Josh Stein taking a victory. We've been talking about it, though. It might be hard to get things done if the supermajority continues here in North Carolina. Has anybody talked or spoken a little bit about how they may move around that or move through it in the coming months and years here, Caitlin?
Focusing on the strategy that they have to secure the state and try to turn a purple state blue, a purple state that has not gone blue from the top down since 2008 when Obama won. But they called it the largest Democratic mobilization effort in North Carolina history and said that the landscape has changed forever when it comes to electing candidates. Again, that jovial mood coming off of Attorney General Josh Stein being projected to be governor, but there's still a lot of work and time left and a lot of votes to be counted. And I think the burst of energy that we saw just a few hours ago whenever that announcement was made related to Stein has died down just a little bit as people wait to see what is really going to happen. Of course, the Democrats here hoping to see a Kamala Harris win, hoping to see a win down the ballot, but a lot of these races too close to call right now. Some of those down ballot races that we're watching, of course, the Attorney General's race with Congressman Jeff Jackson, again, a close race. He says he's going to run. A congressman that has really become quite popular on social media through his social media posts talking about his time in Congress. So a notable Democrat saying that he's going to work across the aisle and be a nonpartisan figure if selected in that Attorney General's role. Also, the State Superintendent of Education, that position has received quite a bit of attention nationally because of some of the comments made by the Republican nominee, Michelle Murrow, some inflammatory remarks. We know that the Democrat Mo Green, hoping to earn this position, he's had an extensive career in public education. He's been a deputy superintendent. He's been a superintendent working at some of the largest districts in the state of North Carolina, including CMS, hoping to secure the top spot when it comes to public education in North Carolina. And as we talk about this large Democratic mobilization effort, let's just talk about Mecklenburg County alone and its place in all of this. They said they went from just really having a couple or a dozen or so staffers to having nearly 5,000 staffers just this election cycle, raising roughly $2.7 million just this election cycle. Much of that money coming from not only North Carolinians but outside of the state. Folks hoping that Mecklenburg County, with its diverse population and growing population, can actually be the difference for Democrats, not only in those down ballot races, but in the presidency and the race for the White House. So only time will tell what is going to happen, but it seems to me that maybe Democrats are, the message is a little less jovial than it was a little bit earlier today, just sort of setting expectations that say, regardless of what happens tonight, they're feeling very positively about the campaign efforts that have taken place leading up to this point, and they're hopeful that it will go out in their favor. Reporting live here in Raleigh, Caitlin Hagwood, WCNC Charlotte.
Yeah, we'll have to see where it goes. It's only 10:30. Obviously, we've been talking about some of the slow results that are pouring in. Chelsea, our political expert, still here with us. We appreciate your time. You know, we've been talking about this concern from the Harris perspective, our campaign, not seeing the turnout, but we really don't have any of the results in these big urban counties. Does that worry you, concern you? I mean, obviously, there's things that are ongoing that they're dealing with, but how do you see this going in throughout the night?
Yeah, so I don't know if it's so much it worries me or concerns me as makes it so that it's difficult to tell who will win, right? It's really too close to call, and I think that based on the results in some states, it looks like the Republicans are having a pretty good night, but just kind of nationally. But at the same time, here in North Carolina, if you're looking at things like these council of state races, like the presidency race, yes, there might seem to be a relatively large gap right now, but if you have the largest counties in the states not reporting their numbers in, then that means it's too close to call because you could still have hundreds of thousands of votes that you're going to be looking at. Additionally, I think it's one of those things where earlier we had briefly talked a little bit about the question of whenever folks get concerns about maybe election integrity. And yes, these votes are there. There is not a problem with so much tabulating them from my understanding, but with getting them uploaded so that all of us can see them. But that's one of those things that can make people nervous whenever they're not able to see that and they start to question, where are these votes?
One of the big storylines, obviously, we've talked about throughout the evening is the fact that, yes, we do have a projected Democratic governor now for North Carolina. The rest of the races are kind of who knows at this point, and they've been flopping back and forth. Could you spell out what potential impacts could be to North Carolina residents as far as, you know, if you have all of these races that end up kind of going to different parties?
Yes, that's a really good point. Is on the one hand, okay, well, you know, if as a voter, if you're looking at the Republican candidate for this office and the Democratic candidate for this office, and you say, well, they're truly the best candidate for this office, I'm going to vote different parties. One thing is they may have more difficulty accomplishing the goals they set out for if they're not able to all work together. For example, if you have a Democratic governor who is promising to achieve a certain policy agenda, and then if there's still a Republican supermajority in the General Assembly, that's not going to be possible because they're not going to be able to work together. And then additionally, that's going to mean that it's just really difficult to get these things accomplished. And that doesn't mean that we would always want everybody to be from the same party. But it is something for voters to keep in mind in terms of the impact on their day-to-day life, because a lot of these state and local offices are the ones that have a huge impact on your day-to-day life. I mean, at the federal level, the presidency is the same. If the House is Democratic, the Senate's Republican, and the presidency is Republican, just one of the possible outcomes, they would face the same obstacle, that it's really difficult to accomplish the goals that they set out for.
It's pretty fascinating watching in real time, especially, with the races that we thought would be either Democratic or Republican, and now they're starting to skew a certain way. But it's all about the results and how people have voted. Do you think it's interesting to see, because I've been asked myself, and it's something that I've seen on other networks as well, people going away from voting down the ballot on one side. I mean, they're splitting. This is something that I feel is maybe new. Maybe people are learning a little bit more about the candidates that are on the ballot and learning maybe what might be for them. Is this a new phenomenon? Do you think that this will change? I mean, this didn't seem like the same thing that we saw in 2020.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It's hard to say whether this is a whole new phenomenon whenever the race is still too close to call. But at the same time, because, it may end up that there's a lot of consistency.
Right.
But I think we have seen this before with certain outcomes. I recall several years ago when I moved here, for example, there were different constitutional amendments on the ballot and voters voted differently on each of the constitutional amendments, right? And so that would be an example of, okay, voters aren't maybe just blindly going into things. I think this could also, I would love to see how this, if there is studies on how this correlates to our rise in independent voters, right? So if you have more independent voters, why would they be voting down the ballot all the same? A lot of them do. If you ask certain independents, how did you vote in the last election? They're going to say Democratic or Republican almost every time. But that doesn't mean they do that in every single race, in every single referendum.
Okay.
And we have been seeing the rise of the unaffiliated voter. You mentioned maybe some races not going the way the polling was saying. We haven't mentioned this yet, but Trump taking Iowa as a projection and taking Iowa, and that's coming on the heels of that really prestigious polling showing that Harris was going to take the state, perhaps?
So that was interesting to me. So I followed the polls a lot, obviously, and I was really curious to see what this poll in Iowa, the Seltzer poll, would say because, she's had a very good track record as a pollster throughout history. But a thing to keep in mind with polls is that, of course, they all have a margin of error, although right now the result seems quite far outside the margin of error, usually about 3-ish% on average across the polls. Everybody, I guess, obviously maybe makes errors in their polling methodology sometimes, or maybe certain things have changed that would mean that methodology maybe isn't as accurate versus a lot of the after that came out, a lot of people were saying, hey, all of these other polls are showing the states are basically tied. How can we accept that if this one's showing such a different result? But it looks like a lot of the polls showing the states are basically tied were the more accurate ones at this point. So perhaps their approach is better, and we'll have to analyze that after the fact.
I think it's pretty interesting to see all of this. Chelsea, it's been great to have you, your expertise here. We appreciate it. It sounds like it's going to be a long night in North Carolina. A lot of North Carolinians have a lot of work to still do to count these votes as things continue to come in. Ben Thompson standing by. Ben, are you seeing any updated numbers right now through Mecklenburg County or any of the other ones like Wake, Forsyth County that we're seeing?
Yeah, let's take a wide view, first of all, at the electoral map, just to bring you up to speed where things stand nationally right now. Kamala Harris with 112 electoral votes. Donald Trump with 204. Most of these folks are playing out really how we expected to at this point. No big surprises. As you heard them talking about Iowa in the last 20 minutes or so declared for Donald Trump. So that polling that came out this past weekend, evidently not quite reflective of the voter sentiment there. So that's the national view. Again, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, those are the ones we're waiting for. Let's take a closer look here at where things stand on the presidential race on a local level right now. Some of those numbers starting to come back in. The race tightening in the last few minutes. Let's take a look at the things here in Charlotte. Right now, Kamala Harris with 65, almost 66% of the vote. We keep saying that she has to outperform Joe Biden. She's getting close to doing that at this point. As more votes come in, again, as you heard Austin Walker talking about earlier, that there's been a slow process. There have been some technical issues with uploading the data to the states. Same situation up in Wake County. They've had some problems there as well. So those numbers are coming in late. Asheville, though, Buncombe County, they have not had that problem. Her winning with almost 62% of the vote there. So a lot of these red counties, they have already reported most of, not all of their ballots. One thing we've talked about earlier, Anson County, Donald Trump winning Anson County, not a huge treasure trove of votes there. However, it's notable because he now has flipped it to a red county. It had been Democratic for a long time. Last go around 2016 and the years before that, Donald Trump has managed to flip that this go around. Cabarrus County, another county we've talked about as a possible place where Kamala Harris might be able to get a win. Right now, with most of those ballots reported right there, it looks like Donald Trump holding on to the lead right there. So that's how things are shaking out right now. Again, a lot of the urban centers like Mecklenburg County and Wake County still have a huge bulk of votes that still need to come in. Let's go walk back over to the desk at this point. John, join Colin and Vanessa once again to see where the latest things stand right now. So it could be quite some time before we know exactly here in North Carolina how things are going to shake out because of these urban centers reporting back later than expected. But keep in mind, it's still only 10:43, and what they've been saying the whole time is between 9:30 and 11, a bulk of them, and hopefully by midnight we'll have a clear answer on all the races.
Well, let's not forget, a lot of the states that have been called for Donald Trump, he won in 2020 and still did not win the presidential election. So he is ahead, it looks like, in the popular vote, at least right now. But we'll have to see where the Electoral College skews, depending on what happens.
And the big races, I mean, as I said over there, we still don't know the big races.
It's true.
All the declared states have sort of shaked out the way we anticipated that they would at this point. So. Right. Still remains Josh Stein, the only really decisive race we know at this point. You know, all the other ones, even the other local ones, are still up in the air at this point.
We wanted to keep folks updated. You know, obviously we had heard from Austin Walker not too long ago talking about some of the issues, and we addressed this, you know, with our interview with Chelsea Kaufman, the political science professor out of Wingate. But, you know, just the fact that they were having issues uploading the results, it sounds like, to the website. So we're just letting folks know that Austin is continually getting, it looks like it's literally like manually pieces of paper that he's getting with some of the results. So we're waiting for him to get some of the latest numbers, and we're going to have those for folks, but he has been tweeting out some of the results that he is getting. It's literally a sheet of paper, and he's taking a picture and putting it out.
Something that Nate Nate kind of alluded to a couple of minutes ago, and we'll have him join us here in a second, is, you know, I think we are so anxious to know, right? In other elections, previous elections, we've known so quickly, but I think we have to do our due diligence, and I think it behooves, right, to the comments of people, making sure that we have an integrity in that election continues, right, that we have the integrity kind of continue, that we do our due diligence, find these votes and the results, and obviously it's going to trickle in. We'll just have to see.
Come on in, Nate.
Yeah, come on in. A little
I'm trying to make some room for you.
You know, I was telling you guys earlier, like, there really were no issues across the state today, which was kind of mind-blowing.
Yeah, you had those 2 precincts you talked about before.
Well, this is not
in
even
other
a
counties.
problem, but you have to feel bad for Mecklenburg County. But you know, like Michael Dickerson, and I know we've all talked to him before. I mean, they bleed a passion.
They take this stuff so seriously.
And how does this reflect on them? That's what they're thinking. The country's looking at Mecklenburg County as this major county in this election. And from the outside, it looks like this county can't get their act together when, you know, the Board of Elections is telling me multiple times, like 4 times, they've tried to upload these results in. A state representative just texted me, what's going on with these early voting numbers? You know, so people are obviously concerned.
Is it clear at this point whether it's an issue on our end or on the folks up in Raleigh?
Well, the county is saying they've done everything they should.
Yeah. It's the state site is what Austin Walker is reporting.
But that the State Board of Elections is saying, no, this happens every election. There's a lot of data coming in. It takes
Well, because you have a place like Buncombe County that's completely reported.
Yeah.
So there's clearly other places not having a problem, but then you have Wake County who's also having a problem as well. Is it clear to you at this point, Wake County, the problems they've had, is it similar to the problems that Mecklenburg County? Because you're talking about the 2 biggest population centers in the state of North Carolina, and we're trying to call races, and there's no way you can do that when you're talking about millions of people.
Well, all I can tell you is from my experience 4 years ago, it was pretty clear early on in North Carolina. The results were getting uploaded quickly. And the prediction was we were going to have about the same, maybe a little more voters this time. As of earlier today, that's what the state expected. And we're having trouble today. And they just say the system's overloaded. There's so much data coming in, which you can understand. And it's just taking a long time to get it updated. But, you know, then you see this piece of paper that Austin's holding up. It's like a typewriter. This is 2024. And this is how we're getting our election results in a pivotal election. And I'm not sure that it's anybody's fault other than a system that right now is not working as fast as we want it to.
Well, what I wanted to ask you is, so what do you say now to the folks that are saying and are questioning the integrity of the election? Because there has been claims, right, that in urban areas, this is what happens. You see an upshoot in votes, but there's obviously something going on. So, what do you say about that in terms of the integrity of the election?
Well, they have the piece of paper that shows the number of votes that went for every person. They have that information. That's what they're telling us. The votes counted, they just can't get them out to the public so that we can see them.
There we go.
And we can get the information that we want as soon as possible. And I think that, the longer this goes on, the more and more frustrating it gets. Yeah. And I know that the Board of Elections here in Mecklenburg County says this is unacceptable.
Speaking of, Austin Walker is there in Midtown, Board of Elections. Austin, what's the deal?
Yeah, hey guys. So 24, we're getting our results really on a piece of paper, like you guys were saying, a typewriter, it looks like. We got them back on, there were the results per 10:18 p.m. These new ones we just were handed about 2 minutes ago. This is from 10:34. The absentee ballots and early voting numbers still the exact same, but we are still seeing the day of election results really climbing up. Again, looking at the president, we're seeing Kamala Harris right now with 65% of the vote, with 363,000 votes to Donald Trump's 182,000 votes, with about 32% of the vote. So we are seeing Kamala Harris really take over Mecklenburg County from Donald Trump, which is not really a surprise right here. But also it talks about some other numbers as well, like our North Carolina governor. We've heard from both of the candidates tonight speaking, but those numbers really coming in for those total votes. We are seeing Josh Stein with just shy of 400,000 votes, and Mark Robinson with just over 127,000 votes. So a very big difference right there. But all these numbers really are talking about as we're seeing more votes still come in. Again, this was from 10:34. And there's 198 precincts across Mecklenburg County, and that is out of, and we only have heard from 181. So there's still some missing votes out there that have yet to be counted. They're still coming in. We've talked about the drive-through system, about how people are out there accepting these bags, taking them inside that has the paper ballots as well as the flash drive, and is then being uploaded. But that's where the confusion happens, because right now the state website is not really updating like it should be. Like they said, we did talk to the elections board. They tell us that it's just not working, so which is why we're having to go to this paper format. It feels every about 10 minutes we're getting a new update. So for those who are just now joining us, I want to kind of go over that one more time, looking at that 10:34 p.m., the newest update from the Board of Elections right here in Mecklenburg County. It shows that for Kamala Harris, for the total number of votes, it is 363,000 for the entire county, and Donald Trump is at 182,000. That is about 65% of the vote, and also Donald Trump has 32% of the vote. On Election Day, she just edges out Donald Trump by about 18 or 19,000 votes. Still not a huge margin, but we are seeing that Kamala Harris is doing quite well here in Mecklenburg County. As we go into our 11 o'clock newscast, we will continue to update you with the latest, and assuming we're probably going to get one more sheet of paper that shows us what it looks like, especially as we are closing out those drive-thrus, and all the precincts should be coming close to being done and having their votes in to the Board of Elections. So stick with us right here in Midtown. Austin Walker, WCNC Charlotte.
Okay, all right, Austin. Okay, I understand things are still being counted, but is your understanding that the issues resolved, knowing the counting is still happening, the ballots are still, are the questions and issues, have that been resolved at this point?
No, I mean, we've asked again, asking if this is something that can be solved here or if it's on the state side. When asked, they said, well, we keep uploading it, have tried to upload it, and it is, quote, it's just not working, which is why they are printing off these pieces of paper. So we're going to go back again and ask one more time about if this is being resolved, but I'm not sure on the state side of things. I haven't looked in about 5 or 10 minutes when I was just getting this new piece of paper, trying to sift through this, if things have been worked out. But from what we can talk about here, it really sounds like the elections board is not quite understanding why things are moving quite slow and why their submissions are not showing up on the state site. I'll make sure to update you guys at 11 though with a complete answer of what we do know and what we are still working to learn at this point. Ben?
All right, so That's still being resolved at this point, but it sounds like there are records of these things. That's what people need to know, that these things are not just floating out there. If there's records.
Not imaginary numbers.
Exactly. They've got to make sure they transfer them and they get to where they're going. But there's hard copies, as we've seen in his tweet and all that stuff. So it's all going to be resolved. It's all going to be counted. Let's talk about some of those statewide races just real quickly. Governor's race, we know how that's shaping out. Josh Stein with 55% of the vote. He will be our next governor. Lieutenant governor race, we have seen a little bit of action this year in the last 10 minutes or so. Rachel Hunt now retaking the lead in this race by about 2 percentage points. She started off strong, then Hal Weatherman took over. She's now back on the top of this race as of right now. Attorney General's race, again, Dan Bishop was leading for a little bit, but in the last few minutes, Jeff Jackson reclaiming. Folks, what this is, it goes back to what we've been telling you, is that as these urban centers, Charlotte and Raleigh and even Wilmington, as all those ballots start rushing in, it changes the dynamic of some of these races, especially the really close ones, which is exactly what we expected to happen. Public instruction, again, Michelle Morrow was leading there for a while. Now Maurice Green has retaken a lead in this one. This is sort of playing out like you would expect it to, with some of the blue cities, blue counties, just coming in this the last few minutes. So how it affects the presidential race remains to be seen, but it has become a closer and closer race here in the last 10 minutes. So the night is not over yet. 4.8 million votes counted so far. Registered voters are about 7.8. So State Board of Elections said they wanted to have this thing called by midnight.
Sounds like a long night.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
We'll be optimistic.
Well,
all right, let's walk back over here.
Yeah, it could be a little longer than midnight.
Might be.
Obviously.
Well, this won't be a shocker, but we do have another race that's being called. Alma Adams.
Yeah.
What's the numbers look like?
District 12.
I think that was a district that was redrawn, right?
Yes, it was drawn specifically for Democrats in Charlotte. So congressional races. Yeah, it wasn't. None of the congressional races are really all that much.
So we're going to start to close out our stream here. We're not going to go anywhere. We have our 11 o'clock show that will air here in the next 6 minutes, and then we'll carry on from there to see the results that start to trickle in.
We're just so thankful for everyone who tuned in and nerded out with everyone on politics.
I know. And the thing is, it's getting even more juicy as the night continues.
I know.
See you in a little bit, guys.
This election season, WCNC Charlotte is your trusted source. We're verifying the political ads from the presidential to the governor's race, cutting through the noise to separate fact from fiction. Scan the QR code to see what's been verified.
When severe weather impacts the Carolinas, you can help us tell the story.
Our radar helps to keep you weather aware, along with images like these. Here's how to send us a video or picture of conditions impacting your area.
Make sure you're in a safe spot. Take a picture or a video, then send it to the Near Me feature on our WCNC News app.
Your image could be part of our weather impact coverage. Download the WCNC News app now.
WCNC Plus delivers stories that impact you, plus breaking and developing news as it happens, streaming live on your time, plus weather coverage that impacts you 24/7. Stream WCNC Plus now.
Turn on the news that impacts you every evening at 6 on WCNC Charlotte.
Get breaking news and continuing coverage.
Stay weather aware with the Weather Impact Team.
We're your trusted source for verified news and content.
Want it now? Stream now. WCNC Plus gives you breaking and developing news along with weather coverage that impacts you. It's streaming 24/7 on WCNC Plus.
Get more of the news that impacts you on WCNC Charlotte weeknights at 6.
right now at 11.
Decision 2024.
This is our North Carolina. This is our home.
The only disappointment I have inside of me is the disappointment that you won't feel.
The people here, after the storm, they want their voice to be heard.
We finally can get out again, so we want to be able to get out and do something that's really important.
I try to vote every election. That's just because that's something that my ancestors fought about.
Thank you for joining us on what can only be described as a monumental night for America. I'm Vanessa Rufus.
I'm Colin Mayfield. It's now 11 p.m. here in the Carolinas. And if you're just joining us, we have a lot to catch you up on. So let's get to it.
Yeah, let's take a look here at the race for the White House. We can see in North Carolina, Donald Trump has the lead at this moment, 51% of the votes to Kamala Harris with 48%.
In South Carolina, this is the way it skews. The Associated Press and NBC News can project that former President Donald Trump has won the state of South Carolina and its 9 electoral votes.
In the race to lead North Carolina, Democrat Josh Stein projected to win that race for governor. You could see there currently 55% of the votes.
In the lieutenant governor's race, this is the way it looks here. Rachel Hunt with 50%, Hal Weather with 48%. Looks like 78% still reporting, so more to go here.
In the race for North Carolina Attorney General, we are going to see here Steve Troxler on top, 52% of the votes to Sarah Tabor's. We are looking at Agriculture Commissioner. Instead, you could see Steve Troxler there, 52% of the vote to Sarah Tabor's 45%.
All right, let's see if we have the race to lead North Carolina's public schools. It's been a close race all night and continues to be so. Mo Green, 51%, 2 million votes, 2 million.4. And Michelle Morrow with 49% of the vote, with 78 still reporting there.
Let's go ahead and take this live look at the road to 270. According to projections from the AP and NBC News, we can see Donald Trump with 210 electoral votes.
It's been pretty close, or it has not been close up until now. Seems like the vice president is catching up in this race. WCNC Charlotte's anchor Nick Sturdivant here watching both camps. This has been a tight race, and it will continue to be so, it seems like.
Yeah, I've been keeping a close eye on the campaigns, their response and their reactions on social media. They were very active earlier in the day, as you can imagine. Trump posting on X, and also Kamala Harris posting on X, asking people and supporters to get out the votes, to stay in line. That was an important message for both